From Kern Government Television, welcome to this week's Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting, originating from the County Administrative Center located at 1115 Truxtun Avenue, Bakersfield, California. Kern County's vision is to create and maintain a customer-centered county government designed to garner the confidence, support, and trust of the people we serve. Today's Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting will convene momentarily.
Okay, board to reconvene. Madam Clerk, good morning. Welcome. Will you please call the roll?
Supervisor Gleason.
Here.
Supervisor Scrivener.
Here.
Supervisor Maggard.
Here.
Supervisor Couch.
Here.
Supervisor Perez.
Here. Thank you and good morning, Kern County. Welcome to the Tuesday, June 30th, 2020 meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We will begin today's meeting with the flag salute led by our very own Supervisor Mike Maggard. Following the flag salute, please remain standing for a moment of prayer, silence, or meditation, whichever you prefer.
Please rise. Salute. Pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen. Thank you. At this time, I would like to call Mr. Nick Colin, our Director of Animal Services, to come up with our Pet of the Week. Mr. Colin, I saw a little furry friend in the back and seemed to be enjoying the company of our county council, who's clearly a dog person. So I love that about you, by the way. So Nick, who do we have here?
Good morning. This week's Board of Supervisors Pet of the Week is very relaxed in my arms, but her name is Georgia. Georgia's a puppy, true and true. She's 9 weeks old. She's an Aussie Shepherd mix with a little Catahoula Hound, and she's going to be available for adoption later this week. She is a puppy, I will remind you.
Are those blue and hazel eyes?
A little bit, yeah. She's got beautiful eyes, but she's got a lot of energy. She's going to make somebody a really good family pet this year.
Oh, how beautiful. So she is just a baby, still
Just a
ready to
baby.
be adjusted to a new home.
Absolutely.
And deserves a forever home. Thank you, Nick, for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. The County of Kern has consistently provided notice that as a result of the declared federal, state, and local emergencies due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and in light of the governor's order, this Board of Supervisors meeting is not physically open to the public. Our apologies. Testimony and general public comment can be given through email or telephone to the clerk of the board prior to today's meeting, and live comments through teleconference will be heard during the meeting. We will begin by considering the consent agenda. All items listed with a capital C, capital A above the item number are considered to be routine and non-controversial by county staff. Consent items will be considered first and may be approved by one motion. If a member of the audience or the public watching or listening now wishes to comment or ask questions regarding an item or items on the consent agenda, they may do so prior to a vote being taken on the consent agenda. A member of the board may remove any item from the consent agenda, and it will be considered in listed sequence with an opportunity for any member of the public to address the board concerning the item before action is taken. A member of the public may also comment on any closed session item. Your consent matters, Kern County, begin on page 2. They include items 1 through 4 and 7 and 8. On page 3, items 9 through 17. On page 4, items 18 through 24. On page 5, items 30 through 34. On page 6, items 35 through 40. On page 7, items 41 through 48. On page 8, items 49 through 57. On page 9, items 58 through 64. And finally, on page 10, items 65 and 66. Are there members of the public who would like to comment or ask questions on consent, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the board, we did receive one email. This is regarding item number 51. It's on the probations. It's one of probation's items. It's regarding GEO reentry services. The email is from Felipe Nere. Hi, my name is Felipe Nere. I would like to make public comment regarding GEO entry services CA number 51. The staff and the program has been very helpful in my recovery, and the skills I've learned and the class has been very helpful in my life in teaching me. And we did have one caller who was going to call in regarding regarding this item. Let me check. No one has called in regarding this, so that's the only comment regarding items on consent.
Items on consent. Okay, thank you very much. So we'll close the public portion of the consent agenda item, and I'll ask my colleagues if they have any, an item they'd like to pull or action they'd like to take.
Motion on consent.
Thank you, Mick. We have a
Second.
motion. And a second, please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, we're going to move to item number 5 on the agenda, which is public presentations. I understand we have a few people lined up ready to provide input to this board and to Kern County, and also some emails that we've received.
Yes, Madam Chair, we're going to start with a voicemail from Carol Bender. That will be played first.
My name is Carol Bender, B-E-N-D-E-R. This is for Public Presentations 6:30 a.m. meeting. I'm increasingly concerned about the hesitancy to enact an ordinance requiring the wearing of face masks in our county during this COVID-19 pandemic. The governor of California has entrusted local entities to enforce his mandate. The only so-called hammer he has for noncompliance is to threaten to withhold funds or report to other state agencies to come down on business owners. It puts all enforcement onto business owners. Asking individuals to please adhere is not working. Business owners, customers, and returning workers need enforcement of some kind to ensure their safety. Workers have expressed to me their frustration that they must wear a mask all day long, while customers who don't leave them open to exposure. Rising cases in our country are directly linked to not wearing masks, and non-compliant individuals increase our numbers, which directly links to potentially closing down businesses. The only city to comply with setting up masks for some enforcement is Arvin. I commend them. Many citizens still view masks as a choice. Wearing a mask is not just guidance, it is mandatory. With no ordinance enforcement locally, these individuals are risking the health of all and increase the risk of economic shutdown. Why are we giving them so much power? Shouldn't the county be taking the lead in enacting an ordinance to make their best effort to protect our county residents?
The public comment we've received, and then we'll go back to the voicemail.
Okay, thank you.
And if we can't hear the voicemail, I actually have the Word doc from Ms. Carol Bender, so I could read that into the record if we cannot get the voicemail to work.
Wonderful. Thank you.
So we received 3 emails from a gentleman named Arkady Shavirovich. Intelligence agencies in this country are torturing people with the help of electromagnetic radiation, EMR. The responsibility to establish a healthful environment lies on the Kern County Department of Public Health. Yet the department does not have the equipment to detect and measure EMR. The equipment is called Spectrum Analyzer. Every county used to have it, but then perpetrators made it disappear from all counties and from the state as well. Please make sure that the equipment is acquired. Please inform me on what is being done. Intelligence agencies in this country are torturing people with the help of electromagnetic radiation, EMR. With this EMR, they make me deaf, blind, gave me cancer, and 10 other diseases. Sheriff deputies do not submit my complaints to detectives for investigation. They mark my reports service only, meaning no further action required. Sheriff's deputy said, if you keep complaining, we'll send you to a mental hospital. The perpetrators also burned me with a laser. I once caught the guy and brought the sheriff evidence who, when, and where did it. It was not submitted to detectives, no investigation again. My apartment was robbed, and I know who did it. Again, no investigation. Question, do we need such sheriff? Please inform me on your action. Third submittal, to enhance accountability and transparency in policing and build community trust through civilian oversight, I propose to establish a committee for civilian oversight of law enforcement. Our neighbors, LA County and Fresno City, have such committees. There is even a National Association of Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement. Please inform me of your action. We also received an email from Flor Hull. Dear Supervisors, Kern County team, please do not bow to this dictator Alsop. He is liberal and Newsom's puppet to destroy Kern County like he destroyed Los Angeles. He is not fit for our beautiful city. I ask that you kindly remove him and give him another job, maybe a janitor. I have lived in Kern County for 45 years, and we are a blessed city. Don't allow the liberal Marxist agenda to stain and defile our city. I am on board to recall Newsom this November and will fight against the safety of our city police and firefighters. Take away his power. He is a stain and a sore spot on our beautiful city. Kind regards, Flora Hull. Let's see if the email, or if the voicemail from Carol Bender will play now.
If Mr. Alsop is a Marxist, that's news to me. I assure you that. I think that is quite inappropriate and not in any way an accurate portrayal of who Mr. Alsop is. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Bender, B-E-N-D-E-R. This is for Public Presentations, 6:30 a.m. meeting. I'm increasingly concerned about the hesitancy to enact an ordinance requiring the wearing of face masks in our county during this COVID-19 pandemic. The Governor of California has entrusted local entities to enforce this mandate. My name is Carol Bender, B-E-N-D-E-R. This is for Public Presentations, 6:30 a.m. meeting. I'm increasingly concerned about the hesitancy to enact an ordinance requiring the wearing of face masks in our county during this COVID-19 pandemic. The Governor of California has entrusted local entities to enforce this mandate. The only so-called hammer he has for noncompliance is to threaten to withhold funds or report to other state agencies to come down on business owners. It puts all enforcement onto business owners. Asking individuals to please adhere is not working. Business owners, customers, and returning workers need enforcement of some kind to ensure their safety. Workers have expressed to me their frustration that they must wear a mask all day long, while customers who don't leave them open to exposure. Rising cases in our country are directly linked to not wearing masks, and non-compliant individuals increase our numbers, which directly links to potentially closing down businesses. The only city to comply with setting up masks for some enforcement is Arvin. I commend them. Many citizens still view masks as a choice. Wearing a mask is not just guidance, it is mandatory. With no ordinance enforcement locally, these individuals are risking the health of all and increase the risk of economic shutdown. Why are we giving them so much power? Shouldn't the county be taking the lead in enacting an ordinance to make their best effort to protect our county residents? It may be difficult to fully enforce, but at least threats of fines is a start and means that the county truly means business. This ordinance needs to be enacted before the 4th of July weekend, and it is in your authority to do that ASAP. Due to fewer restrictions during the pandemic, there is no red tape or legal reason to delay. The Health Department can provide education until the cows come home, but only you, the Board of Supervisors, can make it an ordinance with teeth. Thank you for this comment.
And Madam Chair, you were also provided, your board was provided with hard copy of Ms. Bender's comments. We do have one person waiting on the line to provide public comment, Mr. Merritt Holloway. Mr. Holloway, if you would unmute your mic by pressing *6, you have 2 minutes to address the board. Mr. Merritt, I don't think your mic is unmuted. Press *6.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Pardon?
can hear you.
Okay. My name is Merritt Holloway. Okay, look, we should not wear masks. Okay. I sent a video. I sent some information to all the supervisors, but I'll just read what I have a little bit. I sent you a video of a March 2020 interview where Fauci says right now in the United States people should not be walking around wearing masks, and that the only people that should be wearing masks are those who are sick. He also wrote in the New England Journal of Medicine that the death rate was akin to the flu, which is 0.1%. So technically, we're shedding behind the flu. Okay, and not to mention this comes every year, but what these masks are doing is that they're setting up the population to accept compulsory vaccines by Bill Gates. Okay, so and that's what we have to look at, because it's Bill Gates and the World Health Organization. They want to come into the house, take the children out, force vaccinate everybody, and these masks are the precursor to that. But also, Governor Newsom did $1 billion deal to buy masks, so I think he has a conflict of interest as far as forcing everybody to wear masks. So we're putting people in masks, healthy people. We're putting them in masks, and we have to look at the death rate and not the how many people are catching it, because we have thousands of viruses already in us, and the coronavirus is just another kind of a cold and flu type virus that's been around. It comes around every year. People die every year from all different kind of things. But the Lady Burks, what they're doing is that they're also padding the numbers, and also the Williams Hopkins, they're padding the numbers where they're trying to make every death a corona death to try to pad the numbers. But even with that, over 700,000 people die per year from the doctors botching surgeries and stuff like that. But anyway, so Cal OSHA Title 8 regulations 5149, oxygen deficiency. The mask, I also sent you a video about how when people wear the mask, it makes their oxygen level below the 19.5% oxygen in the volume of the air threshold. Okay, Newsom cannot unilaterally make a law that we must follow. The June 18 California Department of Public Health is only a guidance. Stores are refusing service because people cannot wear masks, violating California Civil Code 51, free and equal access regardless of disability or medical condition. In addition to mask discrimination, it is also dangerous to wear one. Can we hold government officials accountable for these deaths and accidents attributed to forcing the citizen to wear masks? I sent you the picture. I sent you the articles of the people passing out, wrecking their cars and stuff.
Sir, can you hear me? Because we're having a little bit of trouble hearing you, but we got your message loud and clear, I assure you.
Okay, did I get the whole 2 minutes?
You did. You're past that now, and I don't want to be rude, but we have a very lengthy budget discussion this morning. Okay. And we got your passion and your message.
Please read my information. I'm gonna also send you the I'm going to send you some more evidence, and then, look, I'll be back next week.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Okay, does that bring us to the end of our public presentations?
Yes, it does.
Okay, excellent. We're going to move on to board member announcements or reports, and I'm going to ask Mr. Matt Constantine to please make his way here. I want to thank you again, Matt, for your service in this wildly chaotic time, your professionalism and devotion to Kern County. Thank you. It's good to see that you're healthy. The floor is yours.
Good morning, Supervisor Perez. Thank you for your time. Just a couple brief updates. Today, there's 107 cases that we are reporting. There are 2 deaths that we're reporting today that'll hit the website at 10. Those numbers remain pretty consistent. Our average number of new cases continues to rise slightly, and it's tracking along the model as we have projected for some time. A couple other areas I want to mention. Testing. As you know, Supervisor Perez, testing has been critical as one of our approaches to early identification and isolation and contact tracing. Our testing in Kern is higher than most other counties. We've done very well. Excellent. We have a number of sites throughout the county beyond what we call the state and county sponsored sites. We have clinics and hospitals that are testing, and if you take that in total, there's 54 locations in the county that is actively doing testing. We actively monitor the ones that are open to the public, that are free of charge, that we help sponsor. Those numbers are up significantly. The fairground testing site has been in the several hundreds a day.
400. We had over 400 for 3 days, which is really incredible. People are paying attention.
They are, and I'm grateful they're responding. So those numbers continue to remain high. There's been a lot of attention recently on other counties and their hospital beds and their ICU beds. This is data that we track very closely every day. In fact, our 10 hospitals actually provide us data specifically to public health, so we have almost a real-time read on what's going. And just so you know, right now, as of today, we have as of we're a couple days low. Yesterday, we have 850 beds that are available in our 10 acute care hospitals, and we have 71 ICU beds available. Those are good numbers. We stand ready to help. We work with the hospitals routinely. And that's a criteria that the state uses to judge our readiness. In addition to that, we have some surge capability that we're talking about. The hospital CEOs got together and found ways to actually increase those ICU beds by a couple hundred. And we have the alternative care site, the ACS site at the fairground, that we need 48 hours notice, and we can stand that up if needed. So this is a collective effort that we do with the hospital CEOs, because we're all in this together, and we're managing it together and not individually. So we're collectively trying to decide, okay, what are the triggers, and what do we need to do to be prepared? How do we address staffing? We have routine calls and consultations. We have another one tomorrow. So just to give you a kind of an update on hospitals. Madam Chair, that sort of concludes my prepared comments. I can certainly answer any questions. I know Supervisor Maggard had some questions about skilled nursing facilities, so I'll defer to you on the order here.
Wonderful. Quickly, Matt, you said that you see us moving along the same basic trajectory, but we have looked at different models. Certainly, we have surging in July, surging in October, and February. There is definitely some confusion. So do you see us generally reaching surge capacity by August, or needing to? What's the general framework?
So the state, the California Department of Public Health, has provided all counties with some modeling software to use, and we continue to use that. That software indicates that we are tracking along a kind of a consistent model where we, today, the model shows that we will exceed ICU capacity in late July. Now, as I mentioned, since the hospital CEOs got together and found ways to increase our ICU beds, it looks as though we can postpone that according to the model until November, where we wouldn't exceed that model, and again, it's just a model, till November. We show a peak occurring in February of all cases. We never exceed our hospital bed availability, which is good. But from November to February, the model does show that we exceed our ICU beds. We then come down on the curve, and we towards next summer, we see the cases dramatically reducing and getting underneath that availability limit. So we have a number of months ahead of us that we have a challenge. We have reduced that curve. So we brought down that curve, because initially some of the early models from the state showed we were going to exceed our hospital beds by about fourfold. So the good work of all of us on taking precautions, on wearing masks, on keeping distance, on staying home when you're sick, has impacted Kern. We have truly impacted the system. We have some more work ahead of us. We don't want to lose the efforts that we've made. We want to continue, because we've made some real strides. But there's work ahead. There's some challenges now at the state level. They've asked us to shut some facilities back down as we've seen some increasing numbers. We just need to listen and to carefully heed the advice. And I'm hopeful we're going to bring that curve down so we won't exceed those ICU beds. That is what is driving our action locally. That's what we have to remember, because we want to make sure that if you need that care, you have it. If you're in not even a COVID-related issue, if you have a horrible traffic accident, you need that ICU bed available to you. So we need to remain healthy. We need the healthcare system to remain open and available to us, because there's a challenge ahead of us.
Mr. Constantine, thank you so much. That was very helpful. I know we have a report from our supervisors who have been working very closely with medical personnel. I'm eager to hear from them. And Supervisor Maggard, appreciate your leadership on this. The floor is yours. So we are eager to hear your perspective.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank our members of the board and our staff here at the county who have helped us with this. It's become apparent that Kern County is leading the way in California with regard to our back to business efforts, with regard to our small business Kern Recovers loan process, and with regard to our emphasis on SNFs, skilled nursing facilities. In our conversations with people outside of the area and with the state, it's become apparent that we are way ahead of that. So I want to thank my colleagues on the board for their leadership and charging us with responsibility to do this. Mr. Constantine, could you give us a bit of an update? Last time we talked about skilled nursing facilities and the problems that are there, and our dilemma getting the level of cooperation that we think we need from the state and from the facility. So could you give us an update of how that's looking this morning?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Mager, through the chair, Georgiana Armstrong has been instrumental in coordinating the county's efforts to make a difference with the residents and the employees in our skilled nursing facilities. She had to unexpectedly step out just now, so I'm going to fill in briefly here. She and a few of my staff hold daily calls with all skilled nursing facilities. So we do a check-in. What is your staffing? What is your testing ability? Do you need PPE? So we do this every single day. Georgiana has established an input line, she calls it. It's a phone number and an email that skilled nursing facility residents, families, staff can provide the county with information. And with your indulgence, the phone number is 661-868-0555. She established that last Thursday. She's had 15 calls to date that she's been talking to people about. She's also established an email address, and it's PH for public health, phcares@kerncounty.com. Those are both sources of information where people can leave details, or we can return calls or emails to learn more about how we can help those that are most vulnerable. Also on her objective list is there has been some restrictions in allowing visitors and the state ombudsman to actually gain access into these skilled nursing facilities. Georgiana has been working with the state to allow visitors under certain condition and that ombudsman to return, because that is a direct connection for us to hear how are the residents doing. So that policy is changing as we speak, and we're grateful for that. Georgiana has also helped coordinate public health's on-site visits. We've been to every skilled nursing facilities ourselves, although we don't have regulatory authority. We've been into each one to do a general assessment about how they're doing. That has been completed now. The state has asked if we would go again and if they would come along with us so we would do it jointly. So we said we would do that. Again, this is done at our cost and done without, we don't have responsibility, but we feel an ethical responsibility to make sure that the skilled nursing facilities are operating well. We now, at our request, are having daily calls with the state. At 4 o'clock every day, we meet with California Department of Public Health to review our concerns. That, with Georgiana's help, has made changes. We're addressing some of these long-standing issues that have been left unaddressed. We are also recognizing that we need to do better with infection control. That is kind of the fundamental piece of some of the issues that we're experiencing in our skilled nursing facilities. This disease comes in from the outside in. Those disease control methods are not sufficient. We've asked the state to take a stronger role. That has yet to happen. We are even exploring the concept of the county contracting with an infection control expert to do assessments for us and training for us so that we can immediately ask that some of these changes be made. Finally, public health has deployed a skilled nursing testing team. So the background here is the state required all skilled nursing facilities to start testing their staff and their residents. They gave them 3 weeks to develop a plan. We felt that 3 weeks to just even develop a plan was too long. So we hired nurses, and they are actually testing skilled nursing facility employees. To date, we've tested more than 2,000 employees. The obligation, of course, is on the skilled nursing facility to continue that testing, but we believed that that was instrumental in trying to bring about change if we could find that there were ill employees working. And then just briefly, we have had some struggles with some facilities. Even today, we're struggling with some of the skilled nursing facilities actually doing the ongoing testing. We were in a site last week that still failed to deploy fundamental infection control procedures. That caused us some concern even today, even after all the attention we brought. So although there's a lot of work that's been done, there's a lot more ahead of us, and there still remains growing concern because the numbers of infected healthcare workers and the number of infected residents continues to increase at our 19 skilled nursing facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Constantine. You are a careful person, and you're methodical and prudent. But I think it's important for us to call out those facilities who are not following along, who are jeopardizing people. So which is the facilities that is still, where we're observing their staff is using cloth masks, or were until just a day or two ago?
So the Rehabilitation Center of Bakersfield was a facility that we visited last week. We visited them on, I believe it was on Thursday or Tuesday, but we observed their employees, some of their employees wearing cloth face coverings, which in a healthcare facility is not sufficient, is
a cloth face mask is like my wife makes me at home,
sir.
right? I mean, it has no, nothing personal, sweetheart. I appreciate you making me the mask, but it's not approved by OSHA or CDC or World Health Organization or anybody else, right?
Yes, sir.
But
So
my wife gives it to me, and I'm going to wear it every day.
Yes, sir. You're not tasked with the obligation to care for somebody that has a compromised immune system. You're not a nurse, so the expectation is different for you. That violates the state law, and that also violates our local requirement that all healthcare workers are masked with a surgical mask at the least. After we observed that, we asked them to fix that, of course, immediately. We called the state. The state deployed a team. I think they came down Thursday. They also observed the employees still wearing face coverings from my notes here. They then deemed the facility in immediate jeopardy. And this is a label that is placed on a facility that obviously is in immediate need of making corrections. It also allows federal sanctions to be applied. The state returned, I believe, on Saturday, and they had corrected those violations, and I believe they removed that immediate jeopardy label. But it is troubling to us that even in today's world, after all the work that we've done and the state's done, that is still not understood. They struggled with training. They didn't understand how to don and doff PPE. There was an indication that they didn't have an adequate supply of PPE. We noted that we had provided them with orders of PPE free of charge from public health prior, and there was no current order or current request. We asked them to immediately tell us if they needed help. And then finally, in response to your question, Supervisor Maggard, testing, ongoing routine testing for employees and residents of skilled nursing facilities is critically important. We have been working with Delano District, a skilled nursing facility. They have asked that we actually continue the testing on the county's cost. We said, no, that's on your cost. You must do it. They have...
Mr. Constantine, explain to the public and the board, please, how much money has been given to skilled nursing facilities specifically to deal with these COVID issues, for example, and they still want us to supply them with bear their costs for them?
We have been told that both the federal and state government have provided funds We've been told that each skilled nursing facility was given $50,000 for COVID-related expenses in March and given $2,500 per bed. I'm not in this business. This is what we were told. And the state has indicated that they have increased their reimbursement rate by 10% for the next 4 months, also to address COVID-related expenses. So with Delano District, our hope is that they actually resume testing themselves. They were, for a time, asking if they could use one of our county-sponsored sites where the county pays the cost. We told them no, it would be best that they actually develop their own protocol as required by the state. We're still working through those issues. Anyways, those are two challenges that presented themselves.
Which was the facility that, because they didn't want to bother with their requirement to install an in-house testing protocol, which of the facilities was it that we have the photograph of them wheeling some elderly man outside in the hot sun across the street to get a test at one of the other facilities?
Yes, it was reported to us that Delano District Skilled Nursing Facility had or was taking residents to a site off-site for testing, and that was the county-sponsored site, so we would be paying the cost also.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes, sir.
I realize that my colleagues might have some questions about the skilled nursing facilities. We're going to ask Mr. Zervis to give us a report on our loan program here in just a moment. But one more time, just to make sure that the public understands this, if you have a loved one in a facility, skilled nursing facility, and you are concerned with the response from staff or your inability to get into that facility, they can call 661-868-0555, right?
Yes, sir.
Or send an email to phcares, C-A-R-E-S, P-H-C-A-R-E-S, @kerncounty.com.
Yes, sir.
Very good, thank you. Madam Chair, I'm happy to have any of my colleagues ask any questions they might have, and then I'd like to talk to Mr. Zervis for just a moment.
Thank you, Supervisor Maggard. Supervisor Gleason.
Do we want to stay on the skilled nursing facility theme right now? Okay, then I'll hold questions.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Supervisor. Gentlemen, any questions before we move to, on the SNF issue, before we move to Supervisor Gleason's issues? I presume, Supervisor Maggard, you want to hear from Mr. Zervis now?
Would you like me to go first, or would you like to go, Mr.? Okay, very good. Mr.
Okay.
Zervis, could you give us a brief update on our Kern Recovers loan program?
Yes, thank you. I'd be happy to, and good morning. Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors, a quick update on the Kern Recovers Forgivable Loan Program. As of yesterday, the program has funded $11.8 million to local small businesses. Those amounts have been distributed to 443 individual businesses across 165 different industries. So to give you an example of the breadth, if you go on our website and you look at the map of where these program funds are going, they're literally going all over the county. So just about every area of the county that has business entities or communities, rather, you'll see dots that show that program funds are reaching those areas. The top 10 industries, I'll give you a couple that land in our top 10 industries of being funded. The largest by far is going to full service restaurants with about $1.38 million. So that's the biggest allotment of funds to a single industry. The other top 5 are made up of, say, insurance agencies, Office of Real Estate Agents and Brokers, limited service restaurants, drinking places, and then getting into the top 10, we add nail salons, beauty salons, janitorial services, and trucking industries. So you can see a big, broad variety of different industries are getting funded. When we launched this program, we initially rolled the program out to any business that was both a non-federal PPP recipient and a non-essential business, or a restaurant or highly impacted industry. After 2 weeks, we expanded this program to include both essential and non-essential businesses. That's where we are right now. We are continuing to monitor the application flow and program funds to determine the point in time which we start reviewing and funding those applications that have also received federal PPP funding. So we're reviewing that on a daily basis and hold weekly calls with all 4 of our lenders to discuss that amongst other program matters. You know, I would anticipate, based on the current numbers we're seeing, that really probably within the next 2-week period, we'll be opening this program up to PPP recipients. I will tell you that the applications that we're aware of for PPP-funded businesses would greatly oversubscribe the program as of today. So we are strategizing on how best to roll that out and how to do that in a way that tries to reach as many people as possible. So that's an update on the Kern Recovers Forgivable Loan Program. I'd like to briefly touch on the PPE support program, rather. This is the program that your board approved at the last board meeting to provide PPE and some related sanitizing supplies at no cost to local small businesses through a network of 16 locations throughout the county. We are prepared to launch that this week. We're going to be taking phone reservations to pick up product. Applicants can apply over the phone or email starting tomorrow, July 1st. Our first shipment of products coming into the county for this program arrived at the end of last week, and we're receiving shipments all of this week as well and distributing that to those locations. So we are moving forward as quickly as possible. I would encourage any business out there that is interested in participating in this program to take a look at our website. It's on kerncounty.com under the Kern Recovers program button, and you'll see a PPE support program, and there's all the program information is on that page. So we are excited to be able to roll that program out. That program initially will be providing disposable face masks, vinyl gloves, Clorox disinfectant wipes, and gel hand sanitizer, again at no cost to the business entities. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Service, and I appreciate your leadership on this. We do not track the racial profile of applicants, but my understanding is from discussions in the community that our minority community the biggest concentration of no employee or single employee businesses is in the minority-owned small business community. And there is some confusion out there or lack of knowledge that this program is available to them. So I am using this opportunity. You can certainly speak to it, but I'd like to speak through you to the directors of all the chambers of commerce throughout Kern County, as well as just hope that news media picks this up, that we have a 2-week window before the PPP applicants have their place at the table. Small businesses, even if they have no employees or a single employee, even if they are a single owner, no employee, they can apply for this loan. And I just want us to emphasize that. Is there anything else you'd like to say about that?
No, Supervisor Maggard, through the chair, you're absolutely right. This program is available for small businesses that have no employees. So if you're a sole proprietor, if you're an LLC, if you're a partnership, and you operate your small business, you can apply for funding even if you have no employees. And we will reach out to all the chambers of commerce again, urging them to get this message out to their respective communities and members to promote this program as well.
As with Mr. Constantine and Mr. Zervis, thank you to all of our staff that's helped with this. And I particularly want to thank my colleagues on the Board of Supervisors for your willingness to jump in, neck deep into this issue and be willing to help support and develop these programs. It's been very, very helpful to our community. So thank you very much. Colleagues, I'll leave it to you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to give the report.
Mike, thank you for highlighting the need for our most at-risk businesses for the obvious reasons that we don't need to talk about this morning. But I really appreciate that, Mike. And thank you, Jim, for any particular outreach we can do to folks that are just not as familiar with the processes as some other groups may be. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Colleagues, anything before I go back to Supervisor Gleason? Okay, Supervisor Gleason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Service. Appreciate it. Matt, can I talk to you? Just a couple general questions. I didn't get a chance to talk to you earlier, so my apologies for coming at you out of the blue.
Okay.
I want to talk a little bit. So we have 71 ICU beds, and how many of those are being used right now?
Just 1 minute, sir. I got to pull up.
Take your time. Hurry up. People are waiting.
Okay, I'm sorry, the question, sir?
ICU beds?
Available ICU beds today are 71.
71, that's what I think you said earlier. And how many are being occupied?
Let's see, it looks like I have 228 licensed ICU beds, so we'd have to do the math.
Okay, 221.
228. Yes, sir.
So 157 are being used.
That's the assumption, yes, sir.
Okay, fine. Thank you. Great work on bringing a sharp spotlight onto SNFs. Thank you, and thank Georgiana wherever you are. Georgiana, good job. Appreciate it. We expected nothing less from her. Let's talk about that for a quick second. So we have 68 deaths in Kern County, plus today you're going to do reporting. I don't know if the website has been updated today. Has it been updated?
At 10 o'clock, sir.
So we have 68 deaths?
I'd have to check.
Well, I'm looking at it right here.
Okay, thank you.
So 68. How many of those come out of SNFs? I don't have that information. Or do I? I don't think I do.
I believe there are 30.
So 30 out of 68, almost 45%.
Yes, sir.
I guess, okay. When do you believe, so we've shown a spotlight onto our SNFs, and we're trying to really reshake things up and focus ourselves and fix that. Yes. So when do we expect that 45% or whatever that ratio is, when are we going to be able to measure our successes from all our efforts? Do you have any idea on that? Or what are you expecting?
We are challenged, Supervisor Gleason. I am worried that we don't even have this under control yet. I think we're still identifying the problem. I can't even tell you the cause, and I can't even tell you good numbers. The numbers that the state is reporting are inaccurate. Every day we ask them to fix it. So without accurate numbers, I can't give you an accurate time frame. I can tell you that we are all focused on this. When we ask the state, is this the same issue you're having in other counties? They say, well, yes. And we say, well, what are you doing about it? You're the only ones that are calling. They keep telling us we're it. We're leading the pack on our attention on our skilled nursing facilities. So I can't answer your question, and I'm worried it's going to grow. And the numbers that we do get and the daily reporting we get from the skilled nursing facilities are increasing.
Okay, I appreciate the problem, and I'm glad we got the A-team working it, and we're going to get continuous briefs as we go through this on improvements that we're helping to build and solutions at these SNFs. And our patience is gone. I mean, I know Supervisor Maggart is over the top. We all are, and we're vitally interested in success. I know I have, and I'm sure my fellow supervisors have called the proper people and made the complaints, and they're also sharing our angst and our worry. So focus is on. I want to build another context, and that's I want to talk about mortality for a second. I caught you out of the blue, and I was trying to get a hold of you this morning earlier about mortality, and I want to compare our mortality to see how our mortality is shaping up this year. Is it significant, trivial? Is it something we need a statistic that is worth context or understanding? I think the public needs to know that although our new cases are going up, what impact is that having on our mortality? Is our mortality, as our denominators are changing numbers, is that in a reasonable range? How does it compare to last year? I mean, is mortality something, it's something we're all worried about. ICU beds is important, mortality is important, and then new cases are important. Do you agree with that?
Yes, sir. It's a good gauge for us to consider. I don't readily have that information in front of us, but we could certainly be prepared at your next meeting to provide you a briefing.
I don't know if it's appropriate now for us to talk about putting that on the slides, the Kern County the Kern dashboard. But maybe you can talk offline and make a recommendation to the board on how the process is to make adjustments to that, so we can build more context so that people understand. How does this compare to the flu? How does this compare to all other causes of death? How does it compare to 2010? How does it compare to 2000? And what are we expecting, and show a trend line where it's going?
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Get some sleep.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Couch, do you need to talk to Matt?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Constantine? We need you, apparently.
I'm not trying to trivialize this, but
Sure.
trivialize this. But I wanted some context. Having no regulatory authority over the SNFs in the past, you're probably not going to know this, but you might. Well, let me go here first. Can you tell us, along the same track that Supervisor Gleason was on, how many cases are coming out of the SNFs? Do you know that?
Yes, sir. So we do, let's see, I'm going to struggle at providing it to you right at this moment. We track the number of positive staff and the positive residents.
Okay.
We track that closely. It is obscured, though, because the data remains inaccurate. I have general numbers, but day to day, they change. We go from having less positive residents today than we did yesterday. That shouldn't occur. These are cumulative numbers.
Is that because, I mean, this is morbid, is that because some are dying?
No, sir.
Or going to the hospital and they're no
No.
longer in the SNF? Okay.
No, it's the inattention of the skilled nursing facilities to track and report data accurately. That's at the heart of it. It has gotten better.
Can you give me the range of
I-
the high, the low recently?
Yes, I need a couple minutes,
Or
but
an
I can.
approximate number? I'm not asking you to, is it 100? Is it 1,000? Just give me a,
Employees or residents?
yes.
Sure, if you can give me just a moment.
Where I'm going is the mortality rate, I'm assuming, in the SNFs is much higher than it is among the general population. Is that true?
Yes, sir. Far greater.
And, okay, and I'm just curious if we can figure out what that is, even an approximation. Just for,
Sure.
sorry, Matt.
No, it's okay. So, sir, I can't quickly find it, but I can. I can get
Okay.
you the number.
Okay, maybe in a couple weeks. I mean, I agree that with Supervisor Gleason, that's information, I think, that if you can get it into your dashboard, is helpful. I think that's all I have. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Couch, thank you. We'll come back to you if you have another question. Colleagues, gentlemen, anything else from Mr. Constantine? Okay. Supervisor Maggard, does that wrap up your, excellent. Seeing nothing else from Zach, we're going to move on from this subject. But I am going to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, Kathy, I know we have some public comment that we did not get to, and my apologies for the confusion, but with emails and voicemails and live people, it gets a little hectic. So I think you're doing a great job, Kathy.
Thank you. I apologize for not making this announcement earlier. I was prepared, just, you're right, with everything going on. There's a lot of paperwork here. I wanted to let your board know that we did receive 25 emails. They were received on the topic of the City of Bakersfield posting on their website grant deeds and confidential address information of victims of abuse. While this issue is not under the jurisdiction of this board, during the last board meeting on June 16, you'll recall that Supervisor Maggard requested County Council work with the City of Bakersfield in seeking a remedy going forward. These emails have been received and filed, distributed to each supervisor, and copies are available upon request at the clerk of the board's office. So I wanted to make that announcement. And then, Madam Chair, you also have one announcement to make?
I do, regarding the Truth Act. But I would like to say that I appreciate the work that's been done here. Supervisor Maggard made a referral to our county council, who is working with the city closely. I just want to reiterate that to the public. This is important. It is relevant, and it is something the county needs to pay attention to. We do have limited rights and options given jurisdictional challenges, but we are working closely and aggressively to address this matter and protect the privacy, our beloved privacy. So please be patient with us, but it is important. Thank you. I have an announcement to make regarding the Truth Act Forum I want to announce that this board will hold a special meeting on Monday, July 27 at 6 p.m. here in the board chambers to conduct the annual Truth Act Forum as required by the California Transparent Review of Unjust Transfers and Holds Act. A lot of people know this as the sanctuary issue. In light of the COVID-19 pandemic, the chamber will not be physically open to the public. That is not our choice, and we do apologize for that. The forum is open to the public electronically, and the public may provide comment through teleconference, email, and regular mail. The board will follow the same public meeting protocol and instructions for providing public comment during board meetings due to COVID-19, and the protocol and instructions are available on the county website. This meeting was initially set in the evening as most people work during the day. We have a different arrangement under COVID-19, as you know, but we are keeping the meeting at 6 for those individuals who are still on the front lines, mostly in our service industry, those most likely to be impacted by issues involving sanctuary. So I appreciate all of that accommodation, and I look forward to hearing from the public and moving closer to a greater sense of civility on these issues. So thank you. Kathy, I think we're done with board member announcements or reports. Is that your sense?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. I'm going to move to item number 29. I'm going to take that issue out of order. We do have a lengthy morning planned for budgeting and issues related to the fire department, as you know, and we are going to have a robust discussion, and it will be lengthy. I ask for your patience. I am going to take 29 out of order so we can get that out of the way before we get to our rather lengthier discussion. So, Mr. Alsup, number 29, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, for taking this out of order. I do have our budget team here just for this item, and I think most of them will be leaving following. But I wanted to let you know that we've been notified that the Government Finance Officers Association has awarded Kern County their Distinguished Budget Presentation Award for our 2019-20 budget. And according to the GFOA, this award represents a significant achievement and reflects Kern County's commitment to meeting the highest principles of governmental finance and budgeting. This is the 4th consecutive year in which the county's recommended budget has received this recognition. In order to receive the award, according to the Government Finance Officers Association, the county's recommended budget must serve as a clear and comprehensive policy document, financial plan, operations guide, and communications device. And I want to personally thank all of our hardworking, dedicated budget staff. They are led by Ms. Martinez in our office, who is our CFO, and I just can't thank them enough. They work very hard. They work on weekends, and they are committed to providing the very best that they possibly can for this county in very, very difficult financial circumstances. So I would like to thank them, and I would like to give them a hand.
Ryan, does that conclude your thoughts on item number 29? Thank you very much. Members of the public, do we have any public comment?
We do not, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
Thank you very much, and I'd return to my colleagues for comment, question, or action regarding item number 29.
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Again, to your team, Mr. Alsup, thank you. Please cast your votes.
Thanks, you guys.
The motion is approved, all ayes.
Okay, we are going to get back to the regular order of the agenda, which includes items 25 through 28. We're going to begin with item number 25 under our CAO, and this is a public hearing regarding the impasse in negotiations over a successor memorandum of understanding, MOU, between the County of Kern and the Kern County Firefighters Union, IAAF Local 1301, and proposed resolution implementing last, best, and final offer and changing wages, hours, and terms and conditions of employment for employees in bargaining units 7 and F, F like Frank, effective July 18, 2020. I understand Mr. Alsup and Mr. Brown will handle this matter. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, members of the board. I can speak at length about this particular item, and and everything that's going on with the budget and the various challenges that we have. I'm not going to try not to do that today because we've got such a long day. This has been this particular agenda item and the subsequent agenda items that you'll be taking up, whether fire-related or budget-related. These are all issues that we have spent literally thousands of hours discussing during my time here in the 3.5 years that I've been here. Just thousands of hours, lots of work that's gone in. There have been lots of things written and reported and presented. But a few comments, not only related to this item, but the subsequent items that you'll be considering this morning. The anemic, we've got some considerable business challenges here in this county. Anemic growth in revenue sources, primarily property tax revenue, is a continuing and foundational economic challenge for Kern County. Revenue growth is not sufficiently keeping pace with year-over-year growth in the costs of providing essential county services, nor with the demand by members of our public for additional investment in our communities. There has been essentially no growth in property tax, the principal discretionary revenue source of California counties, or sales tax for the last 5 years, while the costs associated with labor, equipment, material, and utilities, among other things, has significantly increased. In January of this year, we made a presentation to your board as we began the budgeting process. We were joined in that conversation by our assessor, who was providing his projections on oil at that time. During that time, the assessor noted the property tax revenue growth over the last 5 years in counties of comparison. These counties of comparison are typically used to provide comparisons to salary adjustments and other items related to bargaining with our various employee groups. In Fresno County, they had 27% growth over the past 5 years. In LA County, they had 29% growth over 5 years, 33% in Sacramento, 34% in San Joaquin County, 34% in San Luis Obispo County, 25% in Tulare County, 23% in Ventura County, and 0.3% in Kern County. We are dead last in property tax revenue growth of all 58 counties. That is a significant foundational economic challenge for our county. So this challenge has been made significantly worse due to the sudden and dramatic economic fallout from the COVID-19 pandemic, along with the recent and steep drop in the price of oil and the prospect of both of these compounding challenges persisting for some period of time. Our preliminary recommended budget comprises several revenue sources impacted by decreased consumer spending, including sales tax, collected in the unincorporated areas, Prop 172, public safety sales tax, realignment sales tax. There are a variety of these things. The preliminary recommended budget that you'll be taking up later on anticipates a total reduction in revenue due to these things, due to drops in these areas of $56.5 million in these revenue sources. Just $56.5 in those revenue sources alone due to COVID-19. It does not include oil. Ultimately, the totality of this virus's impacts on our county budget will depend on the severity and duration of the pandemic, obviously, and any further actions or directives taken by the state and federal governments in managing through the pandemic. So our immediate and collective attention to the development of our 2020-21 budget and how we prepare today to address potential and significant discretionary revenue reductions that we're projecting is as far out as fiscal year 21-22 is absolutely critical. In fact, we're projecting a much more severe economic problem in FY 21-22. Yes, due to COVID, it's really unforeseen where we'll be. Matt just told you that COVID's going to be in our community well into next summer, likely well into next fall, and we'll be dealing with this. But what will happen in January right now is that we're projecting that our assessor, working with him, will come before your board and tell you that we are anticipating a 40% drop in the value of our oil properties in this county in January. That will provide a significant, it'll be a significant catalyst for budget problems again in that particular fiscal year. So we need to consider everything we're doing today and at the end, the preliminary recommended budget in the context of not just next fiscal year, but the fiscal year following. There are several short-term actions that your board directed us to take on the 19th of May. We've done a hiring freeze. Most counties and cities are doing that or have done that. Obviously, there are exceptions in limited areas. Obviously, first responders, filling deputy positions. If the chief, our fire chief, needs a firefighter position filled, those things are exceptions to this rule. But this is our practice. Freeze on all flexible promotions through 2021. Freeze on all special step increments through 2021. June of 2021. Suspending non-essential capital outlays and other non-essential purchases for the remainder of this fiscal year, and likely practicing that going into next fiscal year. And there are some longer-term considerations that we presented to your board that require us to work with our various labor partners to discuss and consider. In fact, your board this afternoon will be taking up an item off consent dealing with early retirement incentives. That will be presented by Mr. Brown this afternoon. This is one of the long-term considerations that are underway. Our preliminary recommended budget to you this afternoon will is asking departments and taking into account a 7.5% reduction in net general fund contribution across the county. That is the most significant reduction to county departments and reduction in net general fund contribution since I've been here, even during our declared fiscal emergency that we declared over just a short time ago. So 7.5 is considerable. Keep in mind that we have defunded virtually all of our general fund departments by $34 million over the past 3 years. So asking them to take an additional 7.5% cut is an extraordinary ask, and it is not without consequence. And so we are trying our best to get these things done under difficult circumstances to maintain as many services as we possibly can, obviously with the priority still remaining on public safety areas, and that's how we're going forward. Final budget for 2021 will consider all the changes to current revenue projections due to COVID-19, which are rapidly changing. They'll be based on economic forecasts and conditions which will be changing, and the budgetary actions of the state and federal government. We hope that our projections are wrong. We hope that we are better off than we're projecting, obviously. We don't want to be in this position, but we find ourselves in this position. It's not an easy position to be in. Lastly, and just finally, on the fire fund and some of the items that you'll be considering today, our growth, the same principle applies to our fire fund and our fire department. Growth in our county revenue sources are not sufficiently keeping pace with the year-over-year growth in the costs of providing fire services, particularly the need to purchase and maintain PPE, personal protective equipment, which is a year-round thing, no matter COVID or not with fire. These are a variety of things that they both wear and utilize in the course of their duties, and other essential equipment and apparatus that is needed to ensure trucks and other things needed to ensure the efficacy of our fire services and the safety of our firefighters and the communities that they serve. The chief has absolutely no ability right now to make any investments in those areas because we're spending all of our time balancing the fire department out and just getting them even. We cannot get them into a position where they're getting ahead, where we're able to make these purchases that need to be made. Those, you know, our problem there continues to rely on big contributions out of the general fund, and really departments that many of whom exclusively rely on the general fund for their own budgets. So a series of actions need to be taken today, now, in our opinion, to bring fiscal sustainability to the fire fund, to ensure essential year-to-year capital investment in equipment and supplies, which is our fire chief's #1 priority. That is a major problem that he is having, and we'd like to get us on course to fix that and for once and for all address their deficit and get this thing done. So the following actions will set a course for largely eliminating the current deficit in the fire fund over the next 5 years. They are as follows. We are recommending that your board immediately provide an additional property tax base revenue shift from the general fund to the fire fund of $4 million a year. That would be given to the fire fund. They don't currently have this revenue. We would shift it over in perpetuity and provide that revenue. They can count on that every year going forward. So an additional $4 million in funding to the fire fund from the general fund permanently. We would immediately implement, apply, and phase in a new and more accurate cost recovery methodology for all contract cities to begin paying the cost of fire services that are rendered in incorporated cities. This action, when fully implemented, provides additional revenue to the fire fund of approximately $10 million annually. This was a key recommendation of your board's commissioned audit of fire operations by the Center for Public Safety Management. We will be also undertaking immediate consideration, working with our fire chief and his staff on financing options for capital expenditures that need to take place in the fire fund, and make that funding and putting some financing plans in place to be included in this budget. To be included when we come back to your board in August for your board's consideration to begin allowing the fire department and the chief to begin moving ahead with equipment purchases. This action could result in the chief being allowed in this budget to purchase 9 brand new Type 1 fire engines. It would allow him to purchase 5 additional brand new Type 3 engines. It would allow him to purchase 10 brand new battalion chief vehicles. It would allow him to purchase 1 new bulldozer and trailer, transport, and tender. These are things that need to be done. This is equipment that needs to be replaced, and we want to help the fire chief move ahead. So in addition to the $4 million in revenue shift, in addition to getting our city contract squared away for an additional $10.3 million in revenue to the fire fund, we will be working to provide the chief with the money in this budget to move forward and purchase this equipment for his men. There is a item that we'll be taking up in just a second, dealing with FLSA. This is an item that we have been talking about for years, and it is one of the key recommendations of the commissioned fire study by the Center for Public Safety Management. This is the elimination of FLSA. This is the elimination of overtime that is paid out over and above what is required of us under the Fair Labor Standards Act. The reason why we're paying this out over and above is because back many moons ago, with a different board and a different staff and really different leadership in the fire department, there were commitments made to do this. And those commitments are not sustainable. They are not sustainable today, given everything that I laid out and our foundational economic problems and all the other problems that we're having. And they need to be addressed. This was not our idea originally. This was the idea and recommendation of our independently elected auditor controller. And then subsequently, it was the idea of the independently commissioned Center for Public Safety Management in getting it done. That group and that audit was done by current and former fire chiefs. Again, it's a key recommendation. This would eliminate and allow us to save approximately $3.4 million in our fire fund. That savings is critical to getting the fire fund shifted downward in expenses and upward in terms of revenue. This action is also critical to our financing plan that we're working on to provide our fire chief with all the equipment that I just listed. We would like to redirect the savings and this revenue into the chief's primary business problem, which is the purchase of new equipment. And we want to make sure that that effort gets sustained. Eliminating this particular item also goes a long way with assisting us in getting that done. If we're not able to get that done today, it makes getting those equipment purchases and those, getting some finance options in place much more difficult. Lastly, I want to say that the chief has worked on some has provided some consideration to us. Not that we had asked for it, but he had provided it for some select limited station closures for an indefinite period of time. Now, the fire chief doesn't want to do that, and I don't want to do that, and I know that you don't want to do that. However, given the situation that we're in, it's prudent that we consider doing that, and I think that the scope of that particular action, if we do that down the road, would depend on our economic forecasts, our current fiscal position, our cost recovery, the progress that we're making with our contract cities, among a slew of other things that would be considered in the context of what that plan may look like. But it is something that we should talk about, given the situation that we're in. And with that, I appreciate your time and attention today, and I am going to kick it over for Mr. Brown, our Chief Human Resources Officer, to walk you through item 25.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Devin Brown, your Chief Human Resources Officer. The item before you is our request for your board to implement Kern County's last best and final offer to the Kern County Firefighters Union and change wages, hours, terms, and conditions of employment for those employees represented by that union in bargaining units 7 and F. Those changes, as proposed, would become effective July 18th, 2020. It's taken, as Mr. Alsop mentioned, a long time for us to get here. In my 6 years as your chief labor negotiator, this is the first time that I've ever brought an item to impose terms and conditions on an employee bargaining unit. I'm more likely to bring you agreements between the county and those bargaining groups. But unfortunately, in this case, we have not been able to reach an agreement despite both sides' valiant efforts to try to reach an agreement over the course of the last several years. Before I begin talking about what the action is today, I think it's important for your board, the public, and those interested parties to understand where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. that will give you the context that I believe is necessary to make an appropriate decision as you consider this item today. As Mr. Alsop mentioned, we've been dealing with extraordinary financial difficulties for a number of years. All of our county departments have done a valiant effort to cut budgets, make ends meet, and try to avoid massive cuts to our employees over the same period of time. But the problems and challenges just begin getting greater and greater, as Mr. Alsop mentioned, in preparation for the fiscal year 2021 budget and our future fiscal year 21-22 budget a year from now. So it's unfortunate that we have to consider items like these before you today. Back in January of 2017, in the midst of our first financial emergency, our Auditor Controller, County Clerk Mary Bedard, presented to your board an item that identified several issues, not just related to the fire department and the fire union, where the county could begin to recover some costs and make changes that affected their employees. The main items in that report was a recommendation by our Auditor Controller County Clerk to change the way we compensate overtime to bring it in line with the Fair Labor Standards Act requirements. Your board in this county for several years, as Mr. Alsop has mentioned, well beyond our tenures here in the county, have compensated vacation, sick leave, compensatory time off, and other paid leaves at time and a half when employees otherwise work extra hours during their regular work periods. The law only requires us to pay those vacation, paid sick leave, and other comp time paid leave benefits at straight time. Your board gave us direction to begin discussing that particular change with all of our bargaining units, and so we did. Over the course of a couple of years, we've approached our largest bargaining unit, SEIU, to make those changes. Representing nearly 5,000 employees in this county, the vast majority of our workforce, they reached agreement along those lines to make those changes in December of 2017. We've also approached our law enforcement and detention officer bargaining units with this particular change as well. But because of the dire retention issues in both of those areas of our workforce, we felt it wasn't appropriate at that particular time to make that change. We're talking about retention issues and turnover nearing 20% annually in both the detention officers and KLEA ranks. We began pursuing this change also with our fire union as the Auditor Controller County Clerk recommended before the contract with that union expired in September 30th of 2017. Mr. Alsop, myself, and then Fire Chief Brian Marshall met with the union to try to broach this subject and see if we could recover some costs due to the fire fund's continuous deficit that's been in place since about 2014-15 fiscal year. We approached those negotiations mid-contract, and they were not required to sit down with us, but we did reach agreement to sit down and talk. We talked earnestly about the need for doing this and some of the other needs that the fire union had at the time. We were unable to reach an agreement, but because we couldn't do anything mid-contract, we kept the existing status quo until the contract expired in September of 2017. But in that time, we commissioned an independent group, CPSM, to conduct a study about the fire department as a whole, not just related to this issue, but other issues where the fire department is doing great or could seek improvement. And as your board knows, the study was pretty voluminous and lengthy and made several recommendations, including the recommendations that our Auditor Controller County Clerk had made several months earlier. That report was made public January of 2018, and we began negotiating after the expired contract with our fire union in June of 2018, June 11th to be exact. We met several times over the course of the next year to try to reach agreement on a variety of issues. From the very outset, we were frank and honest with the fire union negotiators that the county was seeking a contract that presented a net savings to the county. The reason why we sought that result was because of the fire fund deficit that's been escalating for several years and has been backfilled by general fund reserves over the course of the last 4 years. We met and discussed this particular issue, understood their concerns, understood the impact that it has to their members. And to be clear, we do not want to take money away from our employees at all costs. That wasn't our goal when we entered these negotiations. But nevertheless, there is very limited outlets for how we can approach reducing that deficit and beginning to balance that fire fund going forward. We met, as I said, several times, but we were unable to reach agreement. In April of 2019, we issued our last best and final offer, and as noted in my staff report today, that last best and final offer included 4 major changes to the fire fund or fire union employees, establishing an 18-day work period under the Fair Labor Standards Act, and I'll explain later what that means. Redefining hours worked to exclude non-productive paid time, leave time, such as vacation and sick leave, as I mentioned, ensuring that those are paid at straight time and not time and a half. Removing the administrative assignment designation in the salary schedule, but continuing with a 5% administrative assignment pay as a special pay. And the reason why we were proposing that was to ensure that all employees are paid overtime at the consistent rate of a 56-hour employee working in fire suppression out in the field. And ending the 30-year longevity pay, which is a 2% longevity pay when employees reach 30 years of service. The fire union voted on our last best and final offer, rejected it, and we brought on May 21st an item to your board, May 21st, 2019, an item to your board to officially declare an impasse in the negotiations. During that period of time, or during that meeting, the union pressed upon your board to consider removing things such as the longevity pay and continuing with the mediation and trying to resolve the impasse. Your board submitted the matter to mediation during that summer of 2019. We met with the fire union and a mediator from the state to try to resolve the impasse. We met at least 2 days during that summer, and as I said from the beginning, both parties tried mightily to come up with an agreement that terms that both parties could be happy with at the end of the day. We were unable to reach a mediated settlement, and as state law allows, the fire union requested that the matter be submitted to an arbitrator, a fact finder in what's called fact finding process under California labor laws. That fact finding hearing was conducted in the early fall of 2019, and the neutral arbitrator, Mr. Weinberg, myself, and the union representative, Mr. McCandlish, listened to testimony over the course of a day to hear, the arguments from both sides about the various reasons why they believe, in some of their proposals needed to be as part of the package agreement. As is required under the labor laws, the neutral panel member concluded the proceedings by preparing a report, a fact finder's findings and recommendations. That report is included in the packet today as an attachment to my staff report. The fact finder found that the county should be able to adopt its overtime changes, that the union should be in receipt of a 3% COLA January 1st, 2020, and another 3% COLA, that's a cost of living adjustment, January 1st, 2021. And he found that there was a need to provide a 5% special pay as proposed by the union for EMT certifications because of the need for the county to have EMTs. He agreed with the county's proposed term, which would expire June 30th of 2021, and he agreed with removing the administrative assignment designation in the salary schedule and continuing with the 5% administrative assignment pay. The union, after receipt of Mr. Weinberg's recommendations, concurred with his report, but the county did not concur with his report. We concurred and dissented to a couple of the items, and I'll explain why. The main items that we dissented to were the recommendations for wage increases. That would be the 3% cost of living adjustment in 2 consecutive years and the 5% special pay for EMT certification, which totals about 11% over a 2-year period, a cost of $8.5 million to the county and the fire fund. As I noted, we began these negotiations with an objective in mind to achieve savings for the county and the fire fund. Accepting those 2 recommendations would more than offset the savings that we were anticipating from the FLSA and overtime changes proposed by the county. The net increase would have been $5.1 million of ongoing costs to the fire department and the fire fund, which was already severely in deficit and being backfilled with general fund reserves over the course of 4 years. So we dissented to the agreement. We don't dissent to the idea that our employees are underpaid. Our firefighters are underpaid when you consider our comparable counties. Our employees in the county are underpaid to a T. Almost all of our employees, when you consider our comparable counties, are underpaid. And the firefighters are no different. And where we've can, as your board knows, we've tried to increase those salaries over the course of the last 2 years when they're not impacted by the general fund and when the retention issues are so severe, such as our law enforcement, that we have to take a stand and do something to stem those turnover issues. But in this particular case, we did not find that an increase to the fire department budget of $5.1 million would meet our objectives and was not necessary because of the turnover numbers that are in the fire department as a whole. So we followed the fact-finding process. We made public the fact finder's report on October 11th, 2019. But we weren't satisfied necessarily with a result of bringing the item that we have before you today then. We, at our own initiation, requested a second mediation round with our fire union in October of 2019. October 25th, we met with a mediator, again, trying our very best to reach an agreement with the fire union on terms that would be acceptable to both parties. As is required by mediation and mediators, the terms of those discussions and anything that we offered is confidential. We cannot disclose it, and we've agreed not to disclose it to the public. But I will say that we met in good faith, and we attempted very valiantly to try to reach an agreement in October, and we were unable to do that. In January of 2020, after several months of discussion, we decided to, at your board's direction, revise our last best and final offer. As noted, the original last best and final offer made changes to longevity pay It also made changes to how travel time is compensated for our employees. And so our amended last best and final offer in January of 2020 removed those items, solely focused on the recommendations of our independent auditor, controller, county clerk, and our independent commission study from CPSM. We presented that amended last best and final offer to the fire union in January. They resubmitted it to their membership for a vote, and it was again rejected by their membership, keeping the parties at impasse. After conclusion of mediation and fact-finding procedures, the county does have the right to implement its last best and final offer, and in this case, the amended last best and final offer that was tendered in January of 2020. The proposed resolution before you would implement that last best and final offer effective July 18th, 2020. As noted, the fire fund is still carrying a deficit of $9 million and needs to achieve significant ongoing savings to balance. And as Mr. Alsop said, it is not just being balanced on changes to our employees. We are adding additional revenue, and we're seeking additional revenue to try to make this department sustainable for a long, long period of time, protecting our employees by adding new equipment purchases that are severely outdated and need to be corrected to provide that safe working environment to our employees. The projected savings of implementing the last best and final offer is $3.4 million to the fire fund. And it's part of our 5-year plan to, again, match the revenues of the fire department with the growing labor costs of its workforce, and to relieve the general fund of having to contribute additional reserve account money to balance the fire fund budget. To date, we have given $24 million of general fund reserves to help balance the budget. Your board and our CAO has recommended and approved those changes and has supported the fire department in this tough time for the last several years. But as Mr. Alsop notes, we're not in the same position as we were 2 years ago. We're not in the same position we were 6 months ago. COVID-19 has changed everything, and it has changed it dramatically. We're expecting a $56.5 million shortfall in our budget, as it will be presented in a few items. We're projecting oil declines in fiscal year 21-22. We've frozen hiring and promotions across the county with very, very few exceptions. We're soliciting voluntary furloughs of our workforce. We're reducing staff in significant numbers, and we're attempting to seek early retirement through some incentive programs that will save the county some additional money. So that's where we are right now. This item is not brought to you during the context when we started the negotiations. In fact, the situation has gotten much, much more bleak, and that is very unfortunate for all of us who are involved in this issue. And back where we're going is the final thing I'll touch on, and that's back in May of this year, we presented to you the projected shortfall to the county's budget, and some items that Mr. Alsop has mentioned. You know, we presented to you some other things that we needed to accomplish potentially and seek from our employees to help stem the tide of these budget declines. And we're not moving forward with those yet, but they still are on the table. And in fact, a lot of things are on the table that previously weren't. And those are mandating furloughs, freezing steps, looking at salary reductions across the board, and pursuing the remaining FLSA changes similar to what we're presenting to you today with the remaining bargaining units that haven't made those changes. So the item before you is a request for you to consider implementing the county's last best and final offer, and I'll walk through that very closely here so that there's no lack of clarity amongst the members of the public and your board about what we're asking to implement. So the first item is a change to the 18-day work period. Under the Fair Labor Standards Act, for both fire suppression and law enforcement, the law allows us to select a work period to determine whether or not somebody's eligible for overtime, which is 1.5 times the regular rate of pay. Our current fire union has a 28-day work period under the FLSA. Their work cycle that they work is 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, 2 off, 2 on, and then 8 off, which is 18 days. We are proposing to match that 18-day work shift cycle with the FLSA work period. That will mean that every employee has the same overtime rate for all of their time and a half overtime across the board. Right now, under the 28-day work cycle, as our auditor, controller, county clerk Mary Bedard noted, there is a variation in how employees earn overtime and the rate of overtime because of the 28-day work cycle being out of line with the 18-day work shift cycle. And so employees who work short or reduced amount of shifts during that 28-day period have a higher overtime rate than somebody who's working more shifts during that same 28-day period. That causes a significant increase to the amount of overtime that's paid to our employees, because the shorter your work cycle, or the shorter number of shifts, the less number of shifts you have during that work cycle, the more opportunities for overtime you have, and the higher rate of overtime pay you do get. This proposal to move to an 18-day work period consistent with our 18-day shift cycle evens that all out. It makes sure that all of our employees are paid the same overtime rate that they're entitled to under the Fair Labor Standards Act. And they earn overtime for any hours over 136 hours that they work during that period of time. Their schedule actually scheduled them for 144 hours during that 18-day work period. So they automatically already get the first 8 hours of their work schedule paid at overtime rates. The remaining are paid at straight time, and then any additional over that 136 will be paid at time and a half. And those are the hours that they actually are on duty working. So that's how the work period works under the FLSA. We have a similar work period with our detentions personnel, but it's a 14-day work period. They have a 14-day work cycle, similar to the fire units, how they have an 18-day work cycle. So they already have alignment between their FLSA work period and their work cycle and shift cycle. And so we're seeking the same thing with the fire union here. The second item is to change the way we define hours worked under the FLSA and overtime. So FLSA does not require employers to pay overtime rates for vacation, sick leave, and other paid time off amounts where they're not actually engaged in productive work for the employer. So we've, as the auditor controller back in January of 2017, recommended to your board, and as we've pursued with our bargaining group so far, SEIU, Kern County Prosecutors Association, and our confidential bargaining unit, we've changed that, and so that they're no longer receiving time and a half for those paid time off hours. Any time that they actually work over a 40-hour week, yes, they're getting time and a half. And in this case, any time that a firefighter or engineer or captain works over the 136 hours actually on duty would get that overtime rate of time and a half. What they wouldn't get is time and a half for vacation hours that they take or sick leave that they take. They still get paid for that time because we've agreed to pay them and give them paid time off, but they would get their straight time for any vacation hours, sick leave hours, or holiday hours that they take off. And so we're seeking to come in alignment with the FLSA. As Mr. Alsop said, we believe that we're at a point financially that we cannot sustain the other way of doing business in the past of paying time and a half off for those paid time off hours. And so we're seeking to come into alignment. The third and final change to that's put before you today is to remove the administrative assignment designation in the salary schedule. Currently, our firefighters who the chief has assigned to an administrative assignment, which we typically refer to as 40-hour employees, their base salary is increased by 5%. So if a captain is making $100,000, a captain in an administrative assignment is making $105,000. What that does is increases the overtime rate. So when that administrative captain who's working 40 hours in the administrative assignment goes to a station to backfill overtime, they're making overtime at a higher rate of pay than somebody who's ordinarily in a 56-hour assignment. Changing this into a special pay, that extra 5%, instead of including it, wrapping it into base pay, means that the overtime rate is more consistent across the board for all employees in the same classification and same situation, regardless of their assignment. They do get an extra little bump in their regular rate with that special pay, but it brings it closer down into alignment. And this item in particular was something that the union members back in 2017 brought to us as an item to consider to help control the cost of the fire department. And so we've continued to include it in our proposals because we felt like we were pretty close to an agreement on that particular item. What the last, best, and final does not include is, as I stated, the 2% longevity pay going away. So that would still stay in. Our 30-year employees would still get that 2% longevity pay as part of their employment. And the travel time, which right now employees who are, let's say their house is on the coast and they're called into an emergency in Kern County, they get paid the amount of time it takes them to travel from the minute they leave their house to Kern County. Previously, we're seeking to take that away. We're not in this particular case in the last, best, and final before you today seeking to take that away. That would still change or still stay the same as it currently is. And so the item before you is requesting a resolution to adopt these new terms and conditions of employment. As I mentioned at the very beginning, we wish to bring an agreement to you that was longer standing and term, but we feel, based on all the comments that Mr. Alsop and myself have had, that this is something that's necessary to achieve a sustainable future for the fire department, our fire employees, and our county's ability to provide fire services and to help the chief achieve his goals in having the best fire department possible. So therefore, it is recommended that your board conduct a public hearing, and that means opening a public hearing and receiving public comment. And then our recommendation is that your board adopt this resolution, changing terms and conditions of employment for employees in bargaining units 7 and F, and refer to myself and the auditor, controller, county clerk to implement those changes effective July 18th, 2020. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we want anything else, Mr. CAO, before we go to our public comment? Okay, thank you very much. We do have rather lengthy public input, so we're going to move through this as expeditiously as we can. Okay, so we're going to move to the open hearing, or the public portion of this agenda item. We have 2 callers, 3 voicemails, and a number of individuals waiting on the line to provide input. Is that correct?
2 individuals that have called in that are waiting on the line to provide
only
telephonic
2.
comment. Just 2.
And then 3 voicemails.
That is correct.
Excellent. Okay, can we begin with our callers? I see that we have Mr. Michael Turnipseed and Ms. Martha Gibson.
Yes, Mr. Turnipseed, if you would unmute your mic by pressing *6, you can address the board.
Madam Chair, members.
Speak up, Mike, if you don't mind.
Okay, how's that?
Much better, thank you. Good morning.
I'm getting feedback, but that's okay.
Oh, you're good now.
Okay. Madam Chair, Kern Tax supports item number 25 on today's agenda, which implements the last, best, and final offer and changes hours, terms, and conditions of employment for the employees of the Kern County Fire Department, effective July 18th, and to achieve a $3.4 million annual savings to the fire fund. The elimination of overtime paid out over and above the required Fair Labor Standards Act is no longer financially viable for our county. This excess payment and overtime was pointed out twice by the county's auditor controller and a $150,000 independent financial operation audit of services done by the Center for Public Safety Management. In fact, the management of public safety included in their list recommendations for immediate action, which didn't take place. Despite these findings in two different audits conducted by two independent and different organizations, both of which were done 2 years ago, the board has not acted. Given the significant financial challenges faced by the county that now includes extraordinary projected losses of revenue due to coronavirus and the diminishing value of oil properties throughout the county, respectfully, we must say the time to act is now. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Turnipseed. We also have Ms. Martha Gibson. Good morning, Martha.
Good morning. Can I be heard?
You can. You want to state your name for the record, and the floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much. My name is Martha Gibson, and I want to address the board. Thank you so much for having me for the Board of Supervisors, and also I have intently listened to the conversations that has been stated, and I look at this as a double-edged sword. I am a retired counselor from the school district. My whole family is public servants, and I work with Ms. Sullivan to put in God we trust, and I hold it foremost. And again, we look at a double-edged sword, and also we want transparency, and we really believe that we need to remove any appearance of political corruption. We want to put integrity, and we want to put the citizens first. And I work very closely with electing public servants and to balance the budget in Sacramento, which we don't have. And also, I want to request for the board to consider the safety and the wildfires that are coming, not only this year, but the years to come. And I have to say to you, again, do we want to look at the equipment which is needed, or do we want to look at the increase or injuries when we have extreme overtime? And do we want to look at the training that has to happen with demoralizing the Kern County fighters and all of the staff members? Again, we have to look in that. Indeed, we want to look at everything involved here. And I have to say to you, I'm very concerned. And why now, when we don't have representation, when things are close, why now? The appearance doesn't look to me as being really an integritous agenda. And I have to say, many moons ago, I'm very aware of what's happening now. Many moons ago, when the negotiations were happening, there was the delusion, the watering down of the medical insurance for the fire department so that there wouldn't be layoffs. Again, fast forward, we're looking at the hard work that these fires put in, and also the amount of wildfires that has been prevented in the last 2 years. So I really want you to really reconsider and really look at In God We Trust, and look at your heart, look at the double-edged sword that's here with the protecting the citizens, the firefighters, and also the budget. I understand the budget. Again, I work hand in hand with the people of electing a balanced budget. So I really want you to look at this full-heartedly and really give a chance to where we are somewhat back to where we have public opinion that can be represented in front of you. I want to remove the appearance of public corruption because it appears that way to me. And I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much for your call and your input, Ms. Gibson. Appreciate your time. I believe that handles both of our callers. We also have an email from a Donald White. Kathy?
We've received many, many emails, but before we go to the email comments, we're going to hear from 3 callers who left voice messages. We have Linda Jimenez, Lisa Price, and Cindy Chapman. So we'll play those recordings now.
Thank you so much.
Hi, my name is Linda Jimenez. J is in Jack. IMENEZ. And calling regarding the item that will take funding from the fire department, and I am totally against that, and we reject that idea, and we support our firefighters, and the funding is needed for them and not for anything else, and to redirect this money is an outrage. Please reconsider. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lisa Price, and I am a resident of Kern County. I am calling with regard to Agenda Item 25 for the AM session. I urge the Board of Supervisors to vote no on cutting the Kern County firefighters' pay. The Kern County firefighters are already among the lowest paid firefighters in the state. If you will note, an impartial fact finder has concluded that these firefighters need an increase in pay, not a pay cut. These fine firefighters are constantly asked to do more with less through budget cuts. I again implore and urge you to vote no. Thank you for your time.
Yes, this is in regards to item number 25, AM. My name is Cindy Chapman, and I'm calling in regards to the decreased funding for the fire department, and I don't think it's a very good idea. I think our fire department are very valuable. I think that we could possibly get the funds from other agencies, possibly maybe welfare. Anyway, I just think that it's not a good idea to defund the fire department at this time, especially during fire season. Even, and I think of the people in Hart Flat also. They're without fire service as close as it was. So I just think that we need to stop defunding of the fire department. Thank you.
Yes.
Kathy, thank you so much for the administration of those voicemails. So we have taken 2 callers, 3 voicemails. You have a number of emails we need to deal with.
Madam Chair and members of the board, your board has received approximately 80 emails.
Okay.
You have received them electronically via email. You have received them hard copy. They are in front of you. You have had time to look through them. We do have a letter from Mr. Lieberman, who is legal counsel for the Firefighters Union.
Okay.
County Council has requested that I read that letter in its entirety. And it is up to your chair with respect to the rest of the emails that are read. I will let you know that all 80 emails are in support of not going into impasse, not approving the last, best, and final offer. We've also received an email from Kern Citizens for Sustainable Government, which is in support of staff's recommendation.
Okay, and we have those, and we have been able to read them, and I have every faith my colleagues have done their due diligence. So thank you. I would like to hear from the council, please.
Okay. This letter is from Howard Lieberman, General Counsel for the Kern County Firefighters Union. Dear Supervisors, I'm writing you as General Counsel for the Kern County Firefighters Union in response to Human Resource Director Devin Brown's board letter to be considered at the June 30, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting, AM Agenda Item 25, as public comment is woefully limited. In his letter, Mr. Brown recommends that you reduce the take-home compensation of our brave KCFFU members and their families by an estimated $3.4 million during a time when firefighters are working harder than ever responding to emergency calls to keep Kern County safe during a worldwide pandemic. In September 2019, impartial fact finder David Weinberg issued a written recommendation that KCFFU members receive an 11% compensation increase, 3% cost of living adjustments, plus a 5% EMT certification pay, as firefighters in Kern had not received a compensation increase not offset by a benefit reduction, in over a decade. The recommendation factored in some overtime reform requested by the county, but would have netted the firefighters a fair but not gaudy increase, leaving Kern firefighters still considerably behind peers at comparable agencies. The county chose not to implement the recommendation and also chose not implement its last best final offer. In January 2020, the county revised its last best and final offer by removing some items and continuing to seek changes to contract overtime provisions, which the county proposed would save $3.4 million in the fire fund, taking these dollars from fire families while doing nothing to offset an already low base pay amount. The cost of living has gone up annually since 2008, when KCFFU members received their last raise, not offset by takeaway of other benefits. So the only way they can try to tread water and maintain a 2008 standard of living is to work more and more each year. KCFFU voted down this ingenuous offer, and the county could have timely imposed it in the fiscal year in which the impasse and fact-finding occurred. Instead, 6 months and an entire new fiscal year later, the Chief Human Resources Officer asks you to resurrect this dead issue and potentially commit an unfair labor practice while KCFFU members risk life, limb, and now deadly viruses for the citizens of Kern County, coupled with recent unrest. With limited ability for public comment due to social distancing mandates, we are unable to fill your chambers for this meeting. Unfortunately, the Human Resources Director will not be able to look our members and their family members in their eyes while asking you to reduce our take-home compensation and standard of living by approximately 8.5%. KCFFU members are essential safety professionals who continue to come to work and save lives on a daily basis while other county employees shelter in place in their homes or telecommute. Please consider the very real impact of this vote and do not reduce the compensation of our most essential workers who are more essential than ever during these difficult times. Thank you for your attention to this letter and for including it part of the public record on this matter.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that I'm going to conclude our public hearing portion and return to the board for comment, question, and action. I see Supervisor Gleason has chimed in. I know our fire chief is here. Where are you, Chief? In the back, ready to come down and communicate with this board his ideas and preferences. Supervisor Mick Gleason, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it, Chief. I'm taking a lot of notes here, Chief, so let me bang it around, and I hope you can stay with my scrambled train of thought, but I'll do my best to keep it on target. Could you please talk to me real quick about Rio Bravo Hotshot Crew?
Rio Bravo Hotshot Crew. It costs about $570,000 to have the Rio Bravo Hotshot Crew. With that, the decision was made this year by me to cut the Rio Bravo Hotshot Crew. There's a lot of things going on, and it just made sense that given the number of crews in the Kern Valley area, given the situation I have filling overhead positions within the hand crews. In addition to that, just an overall cost savings. I need to, it's important to comply with minimum wage laws. My other hand crews were bumping up against minimum wage laws, and I needed to raise their salaries to comply with the state of California. And so I felt that it was in the best interest of everyone involved to cut the Rio Bravo hotshot crew this year.
Thanks, Chief. I probably should offer you the opportunity. I'm going to ask you a whole bunch of questions. You'll probably get your talking points out before that. But I mean, is there something you'd like to talk about before we go? Or?
Yes, definitely. We're in the middle of a pandemic. We've got fire season going. I'm 61 positions short. 40 of those are safety section at the fire stations because it costs less to pay overtime than it does to staff the fire stations with physical people. We are helping the county by working overtime. We're helping the county save $1.8 million by 49 positions unfunded. The two concerns I have, I'd be remiss if I don't talk about them, and that was the hours worked piece and the 40-hour pay. With hours worked, it's less likely that some of our firefighters will return that are on vacation to come back to emergencies. It's less likely that they're going to continue doing specialty positions where they're not getting paid to do those specialty positions, but doing it in general to save the county money and to help our citizens so very much. More people will be forced back to work. Right now, I am forcing people back to work left and right. Left and right. Mandatories every day, low morale. People are forced back to work because it's important that we do our part. It's important that we do our part to save money, and that's important to me. It's important to me for the community and for the overall operation. I'm also concerned about vacation. My employees not wanting to take vacation, right? Because when they're physically tired and mentally tired, we take vacation. Oftentimes I'm asking them, making them work multiple days in a row, 10 days, 15 days, 20 days. I've worked 30 days in a row. With that, oftentimes they need sleep because they're up all night. It's vegetation fire season. They're up on Lebec in the middle of the night. They get 2 hours sleep. They may want to take a vacation day. With that, depending on how it falls, they could be working for straight time instead of time and a half. And so they may opt to not take vacation. Well, I can't catch everything. I can't catch when a person's all the time when they're physically unable to perform. And so, stuff happens. And so I'm concerned when they're physically tired that they're going to be driving a fire engine in the middle of the night and drive off the side of the road with my men. In addition to that, I'm concerned about the mental health. Oftentimes the firefighters go to freeway accidents. People are decapitated, legs are mangled, everything's all over the freeway. They need a break. They need to take a day off. And so with that, I'm worried that they might not when they need to, and the services will be less. The turnover rate will increase. I know, and Devin has articulated the Sheriff's Department is worse. It is, without a doubt. I'm not arguing that. But I will say we've had 59 people leave since 2015. That's a lot for a fire department. 12 since 2020, the record pace for people leaving. Oftentimes people say, well, David, why don't you recruit more in Bakersfield? I want to recruit more in Bakersfield. That's a priority. I'm going to be doing that. I want to have that component. But that isn't everything. I want the most valuable people for our community. And with that, they must be smart, they must be physically fit, and they must pass a background test to make sure that we have quality individuals going in and out of houses because we're trusted. We're a trusted group, and that's important. And so in order to get that, we need to focus on getting those people that you have to pay a certain amount. Okay. Recruiting could be hampered if we impose a best and final offer. Without a doubt, firefighters talk to each other. They talk amongst the communities, amongst fire departments. I do. I talk to various fire chiefs throughout the state of California. And with that, an imposition on your fire department will have implications because people will think twice about the employee-employer relationships that are taking place. And another thing to note, the 40-hour work week piece, they are administrative positions and they are operations positions, the hand crews. Hand crews are, talk about two things, hand crews and fire prevention. I've worked with the board on a number of issues concerning fire prevention. Very important that our people going in and out of businesses are safe. But you have to know, you get your experience through time. We want people to stay in fire prevention. I want people to stay there to know the rules, state rules, federal rules, county rules, so that when they're working with your businesses, we're following the rules, that we're keeping people safe. If people rotate out, there's going to be a new level of service. And not a lot of people go into fire prevention. When we become firemen, we want to go fight fires and save people and do great things. Not that they're not. They're doing great things. But I'm concerned about the rollover within fire prevention. That will happen. In addition to that, the hand crews. Mountain communities rely on the hand crews. I've cut 3 to 2, down to 2 hand crews. With that, the situation is, if I don't get applications for overhead for these 40-hour positions, I won't be able to fund hand crews. It's a very dangerous occupation. We've had whole hand crews burn up on fires. I have to have quality leadership on these hand crews, otherwise I won't have the hand crews. So you can see there's implications with a 40-hour work week with hand crews that affect not only the mountain communities. Hand crews help you with floods in Lamont, floods in McFarland, floods all over. Hand crews even helped in earthquakes in Ridgecrest, because what you get 20 people, young, energetic people to help when you need people power, and that's what you have with the hand crews. People are my most valuable resource, and without a doubt, the people of not only the fire department, but of Kern County are my #1 priority, and I'm available to answer questions.
I have a bunch more for you, so thanks. But to wrap up Rio Bravo, you have coverage in the Kern River Valley despite disbanding that crew, is that correct?
Yes, I do. We do have coverage. We have fire stations up there. We have 3 fire stations that are fully staffed, ready to go. In addition to that, I have a fuels crew or an initial attack crew up at Alta Sierra that can drop down off the hill, a small number of people. When I disbanded Rio Bravo, we also reallocated some of those positions. It wasn't a complete cut. There were positions that have gone out to other areas. The Rio Bravo, the helicopter, we can quickly fly people in as of right now. If we have the helicopter, we can quickly fly into the Kern River Valley and assist, but then also the federal government has hand crews that are available. But this was, I look at it as a temporary thing, and that when finances get better, I most assuredly want the Rio Bravo hotshots back in the Kern River Valley.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Talk a minute about Orange County.
Okay, so with this, the reason why I know I have concerns about firefighters coming back when they're on vacation at Lake Shasta or wherever they're going to go for vacation. I have concerns because Orange County Fire Authority tried to enact hours worked. 2 years later, they rescinded it, and they did something different because they had problems staffing fire stations with people who were gone on vacation, bringing them back. They also had various other issues. But most assuredly, it didn't work in Orange County.
Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. Give me your overall impression of what we're doing today.
Overall impression of what's taking place, I see, I most desperately want to work on an agreement that all sides can agree on. I understand this is unprecedented times with pandemic financially. I understand that I do have equipment that's outdated and about $60 million behind in fire equipment. I understand that. I understand the need because we've punted the football for years with dealing with fire equipment. It was always the thing that got cut. Let's cut the equipment because we weren't adequately funded. Because when we did the tax transfer, $18 million was not enough. We were not adequately funded. And so what I see happening, I see concerns with people the well-being of a fire department and being able to function at the service levels that we currently have, whether it's the pandemic, whether the budget that we're going to vote on, whether it's the imposition. It's a funding issue. But it's important to me that my firefighters are safe, that we continue forward. You know, I'm concerned for other safety units too, with if they were imposed on this particular hours worked piece that currently aren't. And so the whole thing does concern me. I understand the hard position that the CAO's in. I get that. I get it's a hard position. I believe that we don't have sufficient revenue. But at the same time, there are going to be problems.
Thanks, Chief. A couple more questions and we're done. I don't agree with your comment that you appreciate what the the position of the CAO, because I don't look at it as a position of the CAO. I look at it as a position of the taxpayer. The taxpayer is sitting here. It's not the CAO. This taxpayer is demanding that we balance the budget, we responsibly manage their dollars, and we provide fire service to them in a competent and effective manner. And that person needs to be, is my concern, not the CAO, well, not you so much as that taxpayer. My priority is, when I think of it, is not how the CAO thinks about things, it's how I see, how the taxpayer sees things. Service level impacts. I heard you say that you believe there are going to be indirect service level impacts, but I didn't hear you say anything about direct service level impacts. Is that a correct statement?
Well, there will be direct service impacts, both, operationally. There will be situations where when we have emergencies, I may not get back as many people and we'll have to temporarily close the fire station. There will be impacts on the hand crews if 40-hour piece happens. I don't know if I'm going to get applications. I don't know. I have a bad feeling that I'm not going to get the applications that are needed, and so that highly concerns me. There will be direct impacts on the fire department, and I will need to have certain stations closed at times.
Thank you, Chief. My last question. I had a very wonderful conversation with Fireman Nelson yesterday. And in our conversation, we had a lot of things we agreed on, some things we disagreed on. But one of the things he talked about was you have a pregnant fire person. And he was concerned about her. I don't mean to put you on the spot if you're not prepared to answer this question. You may not be, because it's not really directly related to this. But do we have problems with maintaining her safety and how her work conditions?
And so with this piece, I know in negotiations, Devin has worked with this, and it went up the chain of command. It went over into human resources, and there's been a series of decisions, and I'm going to defer to Devin at this time on to answer that question. In particular, breastfeeding newborns. And I do have concerns in that area. I want to take care of everybody. I want to really look at that, right, and see whatever I can do to assist.
I don't need an answer to it right now. All I need to know is that you got your eyeballs on it, and could you report back to me and make sure that we're moving in the right direction and that woman and that baby are properly cared for?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Chief, that's all I got for you. Thanks. Okay. You can grab a seat. Yeah, I'm sure these guys are going to have more questions for you. I got a couple other comments, Madam Chair, if you don't mind. Please. As I said earlier, I had a great conversation yesterday with the union president, and I thought it was productive. I thought it was meaningful. I hope he feels the same way. I think he made some good points that I didn't fully appreciate, and I think I made some good points that he may have learned from. We talked about trust, we talked about equity, and we also talked about an audit. And my point is this: have we seen the audit that they developed independently, Mr. CAO? Have we seen this piece? Okay. We should look at it. I think I don't know where they got the numbers. I don't know anything about it, but it is different from ours. And I don't know how valid it is, but I think we should at least look at it and consider it and point to them where it's right and where it's wrong. I read the first page, and a couple things jumped right off at me, and it's glaringly different from ours, and I don't know where they got the information. But I think they're basing their opinions on that. I don't know. I want to apologize to CAO for some comments you've been hearing, and it's unfair, totally unfair. Targeting you, I thought was not in a successful strategy for them. It's not going to move me in the least bit. And I don't think it's going to move this board, and I think it's unfair and unnecessary, and I hope the union, if they are responsible for it, which I hope they're not, but if they are, I hope they change their ways. All these things that were listed in as the FLSA were elements of the assessment that we were given a couple years ago. Is that correct?
Supervisor Gleason, through the chair, yes.
Thank you very much. This is one element of a holistic strategy for us to develop a sustainable fire department. That's the way I look at this. This is one element. I think Mr. Alsop did a real good job of outlining the fact that we're not just talking about cutting, we're talking about augmenting, and we're talking about sustainment and where we're going to be in 10 years from now, because we know one thing, where we are today is not sustainable. So I appreciate the fact that we are looking for ways to create a more effective fire department, and I'm all in on all those conversations. I want everybody to know that my office laid off 2 employees recently in the past couple weeks. This is not something that we are looking to lay off anybody, but my office, under the circumstances we were in, we had to do that in order to comply with the mandates issued to us by the upcoming budget. And we did that, and we're looking for further ways to continue to help maintain and create a budget that's sustainable. This is my final thought. I think that if I look across the broad spectrum of Kern County, I need to be able to look at every employee we have. I need to look at them in the eye, and I need to be saying that I'm treating you as fairly as I possibly can. And right now, I can't do that with the fire department where they are. I can't do that with the fire department where they have a situation where firefighters can manipulate schedules in order to optimize or maximize their overtime rules that we allow them, so that we have a firefighter that makes an exorbitant amount of money, and we have a SEIU employee or another employee from the probation department that doesn't have the same opportunities. It's just not fair, and I think once we make this adjustment, we can start talking in a more balanced way about how we move forward into the future. So I'd like to conclude my comments. I'd like to thank the chief. I know you're in an incredibly difficult spot. I'd like to thank the CAO. I know you're in an incredibly difficult spot, and I'd like to make a motion to support staff's recommendation.
Supervisor Gleason, thank you for your thoughts and your motion. I do not see anyone else plugged in and ready to speak. Oh, Supervisor Maggard, there you are. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chief, could you come back up for just a moment, please? Did you communicate, we're implementing something with the union. It impacts all the members of our fire department, but this is a bargaining unit. This is a union negotiation process. Did you approach the firefighters union to seek alternatives to this conclusion?
Yes, outside of negotiations, we have a lot of conversations. Inside negotiations, there was a lot of different things discussed. Outside of negotiations, we look at a lot of options of things that could happen and things we could do.
Yeah, I'm not trying to intimate at all that you inappropriately negotiated. I don't mean that. You lead a group of men and women in a very difficult job, and you need to communicate with them. So did you communicate with them about alternatives? Did you offer alternatives? And did they agree to attempt any of your alternatives that you gave them to this rather than this conclusion?
So we talked about the possibility, it was my idea, to look at closing certain stations. And with that, I think the 18-day work cycle, would be something that we should strongly look at. The 18-day work cycle, no manipulation of overtime, and I'm 100% on board with that. I think there's a strong need, given the unhealthiness and the inadequate funding of the fire department, to do brownouts. And I think that we need to do those now. And I've talked to the union about those particular items of brownouts and station closures and an 18-day work cycle.
I don't want the public to misunderstand what a brownout is. One option, I suppose, is to permanently close stations. Another option is to periodically, for a day or a shift, close a particular station when there is another station nearby enough that that station can cover with a modest decrease in response time, or increase in response time, rather. Explain to the public, and for our public's benefit to us, what a brownout is and how that strategy might have been employed.
Okay, so we will strategically look geographically across the landscape, across Kern County. We will look at a variety of fire stations, depending on the time of year. Is it fire season? Is it winter time? Strategically pick stations to temporarily close, brown them out. The lights aren't on, they're closed. For that day, we would rotate it. We would do rolling brownouts. So, for example, if we wanted to do 3 stations, we may look at one station on the west side, one station to the north, one station to the south, and rotate that in areas that we think, given that time of year, we can do so. Now, there could be implications. There can be implications. I'm not saying it's 100% safe. Whenever you take away firefighters, it's not a good thing. I don't believe. And so with that, though, we would roll them around and do the best we could to do everything we can to save money and provide our service.
So I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So did you offer an attempt to solicit from the union, the firefighters union? Did you offer and did you solicit alternatives from them to this conclusion, that there might be other ways to get there rather than doing this?
I did talk to them about brownouts and the 18-day work cycle, yes, sir, and they weren't in agreement to that situation.
They were not in agreement. Correct. Very good. Thank you, Chief. Mr. Alsop, could you please give us a little bit more background about the relative turnover in the fire department as opposed to other departments?
Thank you, Supervisor Maggard, for the question through the chair, the rest of the board. Yes. Turnover by resignation. This does not include retirements, but people that are resigning to principally, I would imagine, take a job elsewhere in the county. The county turnover rate on average is approximately 8.8% across all departments for the last year and a half. So for the last year and a half, this tracks turnover rate, 8.8% across all departments. Fire's turnover rate is 4%. This, based on what we've looked at, is comparable to the turnover rate in other fire departments throughout the state. To give you an idea of some of the issues and challenges that we have in engaging our employees and compensating them, et cetera. SEIU, Deputy Public Defenders, at 25% turnover rate. The Kern County, this is the Deputy DAs, I'm sorry, I was blanking there. Deputy DAs, 18% turnover rate with our Deputy DAs. Our detention officers is at 9% for the past year and a half. It was up near 20 prior to your board taking some action to provide some additional compensation, an F-step there, which has helped. I think there's more work to do. SEIU Human Services Technicians, 9% turnover. SEIU, social workers, very difficult job, 8.5% turnover. The probation officers, 8% turnover in our probation department. Firefighters are 4%. And I'm actually happy to report that over the last year and a half that the KLEA, this is the Sheriff's Department, is at 3.25% in the last year and a half in their turnover rate. Primarily, Devin noted that they were up near 20% related to your actions over the past year to address some retention and recruitment, which was out of control, frankly, at the Sheriff's Department. At least for the time being, we're seeing some results. We have much more work to do in that area with the Sheriff's Department. So 4% overall. I hope that answers your question, Supervisor.
It does, sir. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, that's all of my comments.
Supervisor Maggard, thank you for those questions. Do I have any other colleagues who would like to provide input, ask questions of our chief or our CAO or of each other? Not all at once, please. Okay, as chair of the board, I'm going to call on my colleagues again. Do you have comments or input that you would like to provide to the public, to each other, or to staff?
I'll second the motion.
Supervisor Maggard, thank you for your motion. We have a motion and a second. I do not see anybody else. Oh, Supervisor Scrivener.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wrong button. Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask a question of staff. To be quite frank with everyone, the conversations I've had with the chief and his comments today caused me to have quite a bit of concern with some of the operational problems that may occur with him in the staffing of his hand crews and his fire prevention, bringing folks back to fill needed shifts from vacation, et cetera, with the hours worked. The 18-day work cycle, that seems to be Chief, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but a change in our staffing or in our works, rather in our shift cycle, that would make sense to do. I don't want to put words in your mouth. If you want to answer that.
Yes, sir. The 18-day work cycle switch from a 28-day work cycle, I believe that it would actually be a higher cost savings than anticipated because depending on how you work a 28-day work cycle, you can make more during some periods and less during others during your cycle. Mm-hmm. With that 18-day work cycle, it equilibrates it into a steady system. And with that, I think that's a fair adjustment and a big savings. And I think the overall savings of hours worked and the 40-hour piece is less. Now, I am not an accountant. I know a lot of people have looked at this. However, what I do know are people. And with that, the way they can adjust the system, I believe it was done with a snapshot in time. In the summertime, our busiest time of year, where they're looking at, there's tons of overtime based on fires going on, based on a lot of variables. In addition to that, I believe that people won't take vacation during certain times, and there won't be the cost savings of $3.4 million, just based on that I've been a firefighter for 26 years, and I know how it's going to work. And so I would say, though, that the 18-day work cycle, I want to make sure that it's a fair and system for everybody.
And it makes it consistent with the shift cycle, as Mr. Brown had pointed out. So you're looking at two 18-day periods. I want to ask a question of council or Mr. Brown. I know that we have a last, best, and final that is before us that lists several different changes to the working conditions. There's 4 that I have in the staff report, but did I hear you, Mr. Brown, say that the 30-year longevity is no longer part of the proposal, or is it still? I think that's item 4.
Supervisor Scrivener, through the chair, the item that you're referring to was included in our original last best and final offer, but it is not included in the one before you today. On the document that you're looking at, it's identified because that's talking about the original last best and final offer.
So if that's been removed, would we be able to, for me personally, this 18-day work cycle is an item that I think has merit, will save costs, but doesn't give me the same pauses as the hours worked and the way in which it might impact this chief's ability to staff his stations and equipment. And so can we vote separately on these items?
Supervisor Scrivener, through the chair, I'll answer that and then turn to County Counsel, Ms. Razan, to respond as well. Under labor laws, you're not able to implement anything except the last best and final offer that's on the table at any given time through imposition. You can direct staff to renegotiate, as I mentioned you did in January when we removed 2 items from the original last best and final offer. That again has to be presented to the union for their opportunity to reach agreement with us on that amended version. But it's not something that you can do today.
Madam Counsel, do you concur?
Supervisor Scrivener, through the chair, I do concur with that assessment.
So we would have to go back and discuss the 18-day work cycle specifically if that was the only item that a member of the board was inclined to support?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I can call the motion now or wait for additional input from my colleagues. Supervisor Couch just punched in. Supervisor Couch, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Are we able to, I just want to clarify something. Are we able to speak to whether or not we have, and this speaks to your recruitment piece, Mr. Alsop or Mr. Brown, whichever one of you brought this up. Do we have any interest in lateraling to the Kern County Fire Department from other departments? Can we say that without mentioning names or without mentioning a number, or do we have to just leave that issue alone?
Supervisor Couch, through the chair, I can address that question. So recently, the Kern County Fire Department requested our office to conduct a firefighter lateral recruitment. Specifically, we're looking at paramedic licensed firefighters from other organizations to come on board to augment our existing firefighters who have paramedic certification. This is something that we've never done in my tenure, and I don't believe we've done for some period of time, is seeking firefighters to come from other organizations without going through our normal testing process. We do that pretty regularly with our deputy sheriffs and detentions personnel in the Kern County Sheriff's Office, so it's something that we've had experience with before. But with respect to our ability to find candidates, I looked at the list yesterday of available candidates, and surprisingly, we did have a good number of candidates to consider. Obviously, they still have to go through the chief's vetting and the background process before they're able to come on board, but there is significant interest in laddering to the Kern County Fire Department.
And when that happens, it could be, they would be lateraling in, meaning they're coming from one department to the Kern County Fire Department. They come in as a firefighter, not at the rank there. Perhaps they're an engineer, perhaps they're a captain. They've got to come in as a firefighter. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're looking for firefighters. And I know other jurisdictions do something similar where they're seeking to poach other firefighters from other organizations. But yes, they would come over as a firefighter rank.
Well, I just wanted to mention that because I had heard that, and that's good news. I'm glad that at least we have some interest in people lateraling over. Hopefully, these are not people that have problems where they are, and they're just trying to get out of a bad situation. Hopefully, they're well qualified. Thank you. Supervisor Scrivener touched on something that is very, and I want to expand on this because I think the public needs to know more about this. Whoever wrote the labor laws and negotiating laws ought to be given some sort of an award for the most complicated, most cumbersome process humanly possible. But it's always been my experience that in the past, at least with other types of situations, that a board could do something less restrictive than what was noticed. But in this case, we can only do what was noticed and we can't do anything piecemeal at this point. That's what you said?
Supervisor Couch, through the chair, that is correct.
We literally could not even say, I believe, we could not even say, by the way, we're going to adopt this last, best, and final and give everybody a 10% raise, because that's not available today.
That is correct. There are supposed
because they might, the reason being, hear me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but hear me. What I thought I heard someone say yesterday is, well, were that presented to them, they might not have agreed to that because they might have wanted, I'm being facetious, 15%, right?
correct, or they might have agreed to that offer had it been provided to them for consideration.
Or they would have countered or something.
Correct.
Okay. So I want to kick around what Supervisor Scrivener was mentioning just a moment ago. I think he was mentioning. This becomes effective if moved on and passed today, July 18th.
That is what the request by Mr. Brown is in the county, yes.
We have another meeting on July 14th. That's the only other time we meet before that date?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm just posing the question, is it worth one last shot at something? I don't know what that something is. We probably have to discuss it today if possible, and I don't even think it's on our agenda. What's that? I think we have labor. We have all the I've forgotten if we have all the bargaining units on the closed session agenda.
I believe so.
Okay. Is it worth us discussing that in closed session today before we take an action on this particular item right now? That's the question I'm posing. I thought we were going to have this item in the afternoon and we were going to get to have a discussion in closed session, but for one reason or another, we're not. And I'm not casting aspersions on anyone. And I know I'm making your jobs more difficult.
Supervisor Couch, I see Mr. Alsop looks like he wants to chime in. Is that correct? Or did I misread that?
I'm happy to make a comment.
Please do.
Yeah, we have, obviously, this has been discussed at length many times in various settings, but through the chair, Supervisor Couch, I think that, and the county council can correct me, or Mr. Brown can correct me, but what you have before you today is the package, and you either do it or you don't do it. If you don't do it, we have a discussion in closed session. You direct us to do something different. We take that back, and assuming the union wants to meet and they determine a date, and we can set a date to get that done, we sit down and we say, here's what we're asking now, and here's the last, best, and final. Who knows how many meetings that will be to discuss that. And then I presume that they probably take it to a vote, and I'm not sure how that would work out. And we may wind right back up here talking about imposition again at some point, but maybe not. Maybe we can get some resolution. But what you're saying is that you would like potentially to move or continue this item into the afternoon and have a discussion about this in closed session about other labor-related options? Is that what you're asking, Supervisor?
That's what I'm asking, because I heard interest from Supervisor Scribner in what I had been thinking about in the recent past, but I don't know how to get there.
Right.
And I don't know the implications of that, and I don't know that I can discuss that in the open session either, or should.
Margot, do you want to? Do you want
to stay out of this, Margot?
I see Supervisor Maggard has punched in.
Okay.
Supervisor Maggard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we were to proceed, we have spent months, many months, and a long process bringing us to the point of addressing this question today. If we were to proceed with and implement this imposition of these changes with the firefighters union, is there anything stopping the firefighters union and the county from negotiating after that for a subsequent arrangement that might lead us to an alternative that would be agreeable to both?
Supervisor Maggard, through the chair, the answer to that is no, there's no prohibition. And in fact, the agreement is not in place if you impose, and they have the right to reopen negotiations. And so does the county to reopen negotiations to find its way to a successor MOU after, if your board was to adopt the resolution today. So the likely result is that, yes, we will be back at the table with this group in the near future to try to continue to reach that agreement. And if that were to happen, whatever your board implements today would just remain in effect until that successor MOU took place.
So thank you. I'm just trying to make sure I understand that there appears to be an interest by at least one of us to the possibility of doing a bit more negotiation before we decide yes or no to implement this. So if we do implement this, I just want to make sure I understand correctly. There's nothing stopping the county and the firefighters union from negotiating an enhancement or a different agreement to which both parties can agree.
That is correct.
And that could commence the next day.
Correct.
Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Maggard, are you done? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I see CAO punch back in, and then Supervisor Gleason. Did you get covered? Thank you. Supervisor Gleason.
Thank you. Let me simplify this real quick. What we're doing is we're taking a decision on whether we want to reduce firefighter pay, their overtime pay, to FLSA standards. Eric.
That is correct, Supervisor Gleason.
My motion stands.
Supervisor Gleason, we have a motion, we have a second, and council position one. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add, in addition to a response to a question posed by Supervisor Maggard about the union or the county's right to revisit and renegotiate, that's provided within the government code. There's also, just for thinking creatively, the action you take today, if you were to vote to impose, is for the imposition to take effect on July 14th. It's not a very long period of time, but I'm sorry, 18th. So although it's not a very long period of time, there is nothing that would stop the parties from continuing to talk between today and July 18th. And if terms can be reached, then your board could rescind the imposition.
That's very interesting. I did not know that. Colleagues, have you ever been more miserable? These are tough issues. You want to say something, Dave?
I'll just make a comment, and I don't like doing this, but while it is true what Supervisor Maggard just pointed out, that we could begin negotiating immediately tonight in fact, this afternoon. I have heard him wax poetically about keeping people under pressure and getting people together when there's leverage on both sides to make them come together. And I just felt like this was, I heard him say that once and I agreed with him, and I felt like this was a sort of the exact same type of situation that we were in, which is why I brought it up. Thank you.
You know, I think that this board should be as unified as they can on this issue moving forward. Nobody likes the position that we're in at the moment, but I would like to get a sense from my colleagues about where they are on moving forward with this, because like you, I am brokenhearted about this situation. It has been 8 years in closed session. I have waited for a resolution on this challenge, and there does not seem to be one in sight. And I, utterly detest the options that are before us because there is no resolution moving forward. And I just have real concerns that this is ever going to be resolved. And, I think we need to flesh this out a bit. Supervisor Maggard, I see you're punched in. Your thoughts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to specifically address my colleague and friend, Supervisor Couch. I'm not diminishing or challenging your comment. I think it does just what I have said before, that when all parties have their feet at the fire and have something to lose, they then find a way to find agreement. And I think after the extensive discussions and negotiations we've had, the last opportunity, that's what last, best, and final means, the last opportunity now for the union to moderate their position is for us to impose, and before it is implemented, before it goes into effect, if they have an idea, we've asked them for ideas, we've asked them to agree to alternatives to this, they would not. This gives them one last chance to do that. So I kind of think that us taking this step accomplishes that, which I do believe is a good negotiation tool to try to find something that works for all sides. So thank you for the opportunity to say that to my colleague.
Supervisor Maggard, thank you. And I appreciate your willingness to have this discussion, frankly, because it's uncomfortable for everybody. Supervisor Gleason?
Me again. Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Appreciate everybody's concern. I know how hard this is. It's not easy for me, nor is it easy for my team and the people I consult to make this decision, but it is the way it is. And I believe that the fiscal cliff we're heading for is real. I believe we need to be fair to all of our employees, not just the firefighters. I believe that we have a strategy in place, or we're going to, after we take the next series of motions, to create a different but a sustainable fire department that's going to satisfy the taxpayers' need and satisfy the public safety requirements that our firefighters are so vitally interested in. I know they don't like it. I know I will be reviled. I'm okay with that. I think that this is in the best interest of Kern County. I believe it is. I believe it's the best interest of our entire public safety profile, and I believe that the holistic approach we're taking to create a sustainment within the fire department is going to be difficult, and this is the first of a series of difficult decisions we're going to have to make for the next several years. Mm-hmm. And I believe we need to have faith in the fact that it's not about just reducing someone's overtime and having them eat a peanut butter and jelly sandwich by, say, ham sandwich or whatever it is. It's about creating a safety program that we can all have a piece of and believe in, and our fire department's going to take a vital role in that. And that's why I'm adamant in moving forward on this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Scribner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The chief works for the five of us, yet he stood at the podium and said more passionately than I've heard him ever speak that he believes that certain components of this are going to cause operational challenges for his department. You mentioned that one of these changes was adopted by another fire department, Orange County, and they reversed course in fairly short order because they were seeing issues for it, issues created by the change. I spoke about the 18-day work period and the merit that I view there that the chief concurred with. I don't know that it helps in negotiations when you've already made a decision, and then the other side, is then going to have to respond. And so I don't think, with all due respect, I mean, I know, we all have our opinions up here and are all trying to achieve the same thing. I think that we're going to have some other difficult decisions that we're probably going to have to make when it comes to our labor force for all bargaining units in the county. Furloughs were mentioned, pay cuts were mentioned. Those may be terrible choices that we're going to have to make in the future. And I'm interested in looking at those choices holistically when the time comes versus making a decision now that the expert who runs our fire department feels are going to be detrimental to his ability to operate. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, so am I hearing you correctly, Supervisor Scrivener, then you're not comfortable supporting this motion now?
We'll see when I vote.
Okay. Supervisor Couch, do you have anything you'd like to add?
Still don't know, there's no interest, I get there's no interest on behalf of Mr. Alsop, Mr. Brown, you guys have been through this long enough. If there's no interest from the board on having a discussion in closed session or bringing this back in the afternoon even, that's fine.
Okay.
Thought I'd bring it up.
Okay, I think we have a legitimate problem here. I am not comfortable calling the vote. I would like to take the matter into closed session and come back in the PM. Can I do that, Kathy?
I believe the board could vote to continue the item to the PM session, but it would require affirmative vote of your board to continue the item.
Supervisor Couch, do you want to make that motion?
We currently have a motion on and second right now. County Council, can we get some guidance?
Well, if we vote it down, then it can't come back in the PM. Supervisor Gleason, are you comfortable holding your motion or withdrawing it at this time so we can have further discussion?
My motion stands.
Well, you're not helping me, Mick.
I love all you guys, I really do.
Can I ask a question?
I get you, Mick, thank you. Supervisor Couch.
This is a question for County Council. If the motion is voted on and it is voted 3 negative 2 4, are we able to have that reconsideration of that motion or anything in the afternoon? Can we still, or is it done?
My understanding is once your board votes on an item, it is done. It would have to be it's done.
And what happens when it's, quote, done?
The board would have voted on the action before it, this item.
I understand that. What are the consequences to the negotiation, any of that?
So if you're asking if the board votes now to not follow the recommendation or adopt what staff is asking you to do, then status quo remains with the MO, with the labor, the current status of the labor negotiations.
And so does that mean we go back to square one in negotiations?
Pretty much, yes.
What happens if there's if there's an abstention and it's 2 for, 2 against, and 1 abstention? What happens then?
I believe the matter fails, or it would not, you would not have imposed.
And is it still that we go back to square one?
Yes.
So the question is to the maker of the motion, does he potentially want to go back to square one?
Yes, he does. That's what he
Oh,
told me.
I don't believe.
That's okay, I
don't think
respect that.
I don't think he does, but maybe he does.
Well, I think Mick has stated his position very clearly.
Okay.
And I want to say, thank you, Couch, for trying that. That was very, very helpful and thoughtful. I do appreciate that. This is the least favorite position I've ever been on in this board because I have never voted to impose on employees. I have never wanted to do that. I think the morale of our employees is important. I think the way we treat them is important. This is an issue, however, that has been before us for the entirety of my time as a supervisor. There has never been any real resolution. It feels like an impossible and truly miserable scenario where, because of the politics and because of the remarkable challenges associated with leadership, that we have not been able to make any real progress on. I am going to support staff's recommendation, which I know is going to get me in a whole lot of trouble. And I'm going to do that because I feel after 7.5 years, I have done everything within my power and my talent and my passion to try to resolve this issue. And in moving forward with what are likely going to be furloughs, layoffs, and the whole kind of misery that really breaks my heart because I love this county and I love our workforce. I think we need action on this matter, and I'm going to support this motion. And to my chief, who I adore, respect, and admire, I hope and pray that we can make some changes in the next 2 weeks and get to a better place. But I am no longer comfortable proceeding as we have done so in the past. And I recognize the miserable position you're in and many, many of my friends that I care so deeply for within this industry. I'm going to call the vote, and I want my colleagues to understand that I'm going to support staff's recommendation. So there is a motion by Supervisor Mick Gleason, a second by Supervisor Mike Maggard. I would ask you now to please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. 3 ayes, 1 abstention. Supervisor Couch, 1 opposed. Supervisor Scrivener.
Okay. Kathy, do you think we should take up the next item now or come back after lunch? What is your sense?
I think the next item could go rather quickly. Does the CAO concur?
I'm not sure how quickly, but we do have a guest here with us that's presenting on this item. I'm not aware of his schedule, and so I want to be, are we, oh, I'm sorry, no, this one's quick. I'm sorry, item 26, Ms. Martinez from my staff will present.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. This item will be rather quick. This item is a request for a proposed transfer of property tax base from the general fund to the fire fund. This is, as Mr. Alsop indicated, this is one of the items and actions required along with the 2020 budget to bring fiscal stability to the fire fund. The proposed action would provide an additional ongoing stable revenue source to the fire fund. We are recommended an additional 2.1% or $3.3 million of the general fund gross property tax base be transferred to the fire fund. This will include all unincorporated tax rate areas in the county that have the fire fund. This transfer will provide approximately an ongoing permanent funding of approximately $4 million to the fire fund. The attached resolution was prepared by the County Administrative Office in coordination with the Auditor Controller, and has been approved by County Council and directs the transfer of property tax base dollars. The recommended action for your board today is to approve the transfer of property tax base from the county general fund to the fire fund, to adopt the resolution, and to direct the Auditor Controller to process the transfer beginning in fiscal year 2020-21. That concludes my prepared remarks, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Is there any public comment or input?
We did have Mr. Turnipseed on the line. If he still would like to comment on this item, Mr. Turnipseed, you can press *6 and unmute your mic.
Yes, Madam Chair and members, Turnipseed, Kern Tax supports item 26.
I believe we heard you say Kern Tax supports item 26. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. That's all the public comment we have.
Okay, nothing in writing?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So item number 26, any comments or questions? Supervisor Gleason, you're punched in there? Okay, excuse me.
Mistake.
Item 26, motion to approve.
Thank you, Zach.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Item number 27, we're going to then just proceed, Kathy. Report by the Nadelson Dale Group on revised cost recovery methodology for municipal fire service contracts and request for approval of phased implementation to generate an additional $10.3 million annually for the fire fund once methodology is fully implemented.
Mr. Brown from my office will present on this item. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. The item before you is a report supporting proposed revisions to the cost recovery methods our fire department utilizes for its municipal fire services agreements. In January 2018, the Center for Public Safety Management, or CPSM, provided your board with a comprehensive operational and administrative analysis of the Kern County Fire Department. At the time of the CPSM study, the fire department estimated that the annual cost to operate each of its fire stations was approximately $1.8 million. That cost included equipment and personnel. The county currently provides fire services to 9 municipalities. Each city is billed using a discounted per capita methodology. As part of its key findings, CPSM determined that the fire department is not receiving full cost recovery for its public safety services to the 9 contract cities based on the current methodology. Subsequently, the CAO, in consultation with the Nadelson Dale Group, analyzed potential revisions to the county's methodology in an effort to fully recover the county's actual costs of providing fire protection services to the contract cities. Mr. Roger Dale from the Nadelson Dale Group will provide a more detailed presentation regarding the analysis, findings, and recommendations.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I'm Roger Dale with the Nadelson Dale Group, and we are going to take a few minutes and walk you through the study that we have done, and then be glad to answer any questions about our study or the recommendations. So we were retained by the county approximately a year ago to review the cost allocation methodology that is used to recover costs from contract fire cities, and to compare that to the county's actual cost of providing fire protection services to those cities. The steps in the process included reviewing that existing cost allocation methodology that is in place and how that translates to an existing cost recovery ratio. We also looked at a great deal of detail of operational data for the department, looking at things like the locations of incidents relative to the stations that responded to those incidents, the length of time spent on different incidents, comparing that to the community demographics and land uses, and really just trying to understand what are the factors that would contribute to the cost that an individual community contributes to the county's fire system. All of this leading towards making a determination of what is a city's fair share of those costs. As part of this, we also looked at the cost allocation methodologies used by other jurisdictions as a point of comparison or determining best practices. And then based on all of those factors, we have recommended a revised or updated methodology that looks at ways that the county can achieve more of a recovery of the fair share of the cost to those cities. Just briefly, as I mentioned, we looked at other communities and jurisdictions, including Alameda County, Butte County, Imperial County, Los Angeles, Orange County, Riverside County, some independent districts, the Menlo Park Fire Protection District, Sacramento Metropolitan Fire District, and the Santa Rosa Fire Department or Rincon Valley Fire Protection District. And some of these places have more recent studies or systems in place for allocating costs, which were more useful to us. Some of them are more interesting historically, but they all point to what we believe are the current best practices for recovering costs for contract cities, and that had an influence on our recommendations for Kern County. So regarding the existing cost recovery methodology, there are several factors that really influence the way the costs are calculated and how that relates to the ratio of actual costs that the county recovers. First of all, the current contract charges are discounted and completed on or calculated on a per capita basis, and I'll explain that discounting factor later. But essentially, if you look at a per capita cost as being one way of looking at a fair share for recovering a city's impact on the cost structure, it is then further discounted by a factor that results in a substantial reduction in the amount of cost and therefore the recovery ratio for the county. And that, of course, translates to charging cities an amount that is significantly less than their impacts on the costs of the fire department or the fire system, fire protection system. There are different ways of allocating or calculating what the true costs are of each city's stations, and based on those differences in methodologies, we could look at a fair share for the total of the contract cities being something like 18.9 million up to as much as 29.1 million. And I think all of those are arguably defensible ways of looking at fair shares, but no matter which of those methodologies we use, the actual amount that the county recovers from the cities is far less. So the total net payment from contract cities during fiscal year 17-18, which was the base year for our study, is $4.3 million. So you divide that by the 18.9 at the low end of the range or the 29.1 at the higher end of the range, the fair share, the recovery of that fair share would be somewhere between 15 and 22% of the true cost to the county of providing those services. And there are just really 3 or 4 factors that contribute to that low cost recovery ratio. One of which is that the basis for the contract amounts is based on a prior year calculation. So if you're calculating a number for, let's say, fiscal year 2019, 2020, it was based on actual data for 2017, 2018. So you're already starting at a reduced base before calculating what that per capita cost would be. The next factor is the per capita cost, and as I've mentioned, per capita is not the only way that places recover costs, but it is in practice in other jurisdictions, so it's arguably a fair way to do it. But the issue is that once this system calculates that per capita cost, first of all, it's calculating it on a lower basis because of that prior year consideration. Once it's calculated, though, it's then discounted by about 81%. In other words, the county only charges 19% of the true per capita cost. So that, and there's a reason we've got that bolded on the slide, that is really the crux of the issue. These other things contribute to it, but the fact that you're intentionally discounting it by 81% makes it almost impossible to get to a reasonable cost recovery ratio. Another issue is that the per capita cost, again, is based on budgeted amounts, not actual amounts. And in a number of jurisdictions that we reviewed, there are provisions in their contracts that, yes, they will determine a contract cost based on a budget, but at the end of the year, they have provisions in their contracts that they can come back and do a reconciliation where they will recover any additional costs, or if the other way around, if the costs end up being lower, they can refund costs to the city. But there is a truing up of the actual cost to what was budgeted. And then also in the Kern County case, contracts are adjusted for inflation. So if a base amount is negotiated and it's in place for, let's say, 5 years, it goes up every year based on the inflation rate. But in some cases, communities are growing at rates that cause fire services to increase faster than inflation. In other words, if you're in a community that's got population growth, a lot of new development, there are real cost increases over and above inflation that are not captured in the existing formula for the contract charges. So based on this process, we are recommending a changing of the structure of future contracts so that the charges are based on the county's actual direct and indirect costs of operating the stations that are based in each city, each contract city. And that, of course, would require some adjustments, because we know that the stations in a city in some cases respond to incidents that are outside the city in the unincorporated area or potentially in other cities. So again, in the interest of maintaining a true fair share of the costs, that is adjusted to reflect the fact that the county is also serving non-city incidents from those stations. So the cities would not be paying for incidents outside their jurisdictions. In several cases, the cities of Delano, Ridgecrest, and Wasco, an additional discount of 15% is recommended, and this is based on recommendations from the fire department that indicate that the stations in those cities are strategically important in the sense that they contribute over and above that normal discount for external incidents, but just based on their locations, they contribute over and above that to the county's overall ability to respond to fires on a countywide basis. And so they're being credited for those locations as well. And then finally, we have understood, we all understand that this potentially would result in a significant change in direction in terms of the county's contracting pricing, which could be fiscally difficult for the cities involved. So recognizing that, we have recommended a ramp-up period where this new methodology would not be immediately implemented at full scale, but would be phased in over a period of 7 years. So you can think of it if you've got basically a 19% recovery ratio now, your goal is to get up to 100%, but that happens over 7 years. So it goes up incrementally over that ramp-in period. On this chart, we have, just to give you perspective, listed what each city pays for contract costs now, and it's a net cost. So it's what has been determined as their fair share of the department's cost for servicing or for operating their stations, less the fire fund property tax that is attributable to each city. So you'll notice in Shafter's case, they actually have a negative contract. It's because their current property tax revenue or fire fund property tax revenue actually exceeds the calculated cost of providing the station. So that is the one case where there's actually the city actually does not pay the county because its fire tax credit exceeds the cost. But to give an example, the existing cost in Arvin The net cost that the city pays to the county is $624,192 per year. Full implementation of our recommendations in year 7 would translate to a contract cost of $1,470,000 per year. And the years, we've shown every other year here, this would actually go up on an annual basis, but if we phase it in over a 7-year period, that base year cost of $624,000 would go up in year 1 to $745,000, and by year 3 it's $986,779, and then by year 5 about $1.2 million, phasing up to the full amount, the full adjusted amount of $1,470,000. And you can see similar calculations for each of the 9 cities that are contract fire services with the county. The changes by city vary based on their circumstances, based on the amount of fire fund property tax revenue they have, and other factors. But you can see generally that there are significant increases over time, and that's not surprising given the very low cost recovery ratio that the county currently achieves. And the intent, again, is to phase that over a 7-year period, which, as I understand it, would not even begin until a year from now. So there's a year to work through the details of this, and then once implemented a year from now, there will be a 7-year ramp-up period for the increase in charges. At this point, I'm glad to respond to any questions or comments that the board might have. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here this morning.
I just have a couple comments, if I may, Madam Chairwoman, before board. It's something that the CPSM recommended in the study, that we look at fair share, fair costs. In addition to that, I'd like to thank the CEO's office. I'd like to thank Brent and Thomas for a lot of work and time that they've put into this with our consultant. And this is one of the items that the union, the CAO, and the fire chief believe that we need to move forward on this item, and for the financial well-being of all cities within the county of Kern. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Chief. Supervisor Gleason, are you punched in right now?
No, ma'am, I was just going to read the recommended action for your board, but I can hold off on that if you'd like.
Okay, any public comment on this matter? Kathy?
We do have public comment. We have 4 emails that were submitted, and we have 2 speakers ready to address you on the line, Mr. Turnipseed and also Ron Strand, City Manager for the City of Ridgecrest.
Okay, let's proceed with that, please.
Okay, Mr. Turnipseed, if you would go ahead and unmute your mic, we will hear your comments.
Yes, Madam Clerk. Chairman, support this item.
I think he said he supports the item. Let's move on. Thank you.
Thank
you, Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Turnipseed. Mr. Ron Strand, if you would go ahead and unmute your mic by hitting *6, you can make your comments.
Madam Mayor, members of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak briefly on this item. My name is Ron Strand, the City Manager of City Ridgecrest. Yesterday afternoon, it was brought to my attention that your board was to consider and approve a new cost recovery methodology for the cities that contract with the Kern County Fire Department for fire service. Unfortunately, none of the contract cities in Kern County were aware of this study, had been conducted, and was to come before the board for approval. If this new methodology is approved as recommended, it would have a significant impact on my city's budget and our ability to provide other essential services in the future. Now, one thing about the last slide was it did show on there that the city made a payment of $252,000, but what wasn't included on that slide was an additional $1.6 million we paid through the fire fund. This significant change, if this significant change is implemented without any input, this significant change to implement without any input from the cities is significant. Therefore, I respectfully request the board to table this matter at this time, allow our city manager group to meet with your staff to discuss this study to understand the methodology used to determine actual costs and its impacts before it comes back to your board for consideration. Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 more.
We now have emails that were submitted. 3 cities, Greg Garrett from the city of Tehachapi. Members of the board, in regards to item 27 on the June 30, 2020 Kern County Board of Supervisors meeting, I would like to request this issue be tabled for the present time. The city of Tehachapi was not contacted or informed about this study or potential contract rate increases. This has been the case with multiple contract cities within Kern County. As a partner of the County of Kern and the Kern County Fire Department, I question the methods in which this study was performed and the way this item is being presented without discussion among contract cities. These proposed rates mark a disproportionate and questionable increase to city budgets while attempting to solve the financial issues of the Kern County Fire Department. I understand the need to reform funding models and welcome that via mutual discussion. As your customer, it is the right thing to do. We formally request this item be tabled and no action be taken until the city of Tehachapi and other contract cities be allowed to discuss this study and the validity of these rates as we work on our partnerships. Craig Jones from the city of Taft. We formally request item 27 be tabled by the Kern County Board of Supervisors. The city of Taft was not contacted or made aware of this study or any pending rate increases for fire protection within our 5-year agreement. I would also request this issue be brought to the table for discussion together with all contract cities prior to any consideration by the Board of Supervisors. Eric Ziegler, City Administrator, City of Maricopa. City of Maricopa hereby requests that item 27 on the June 30, 2020 Board of Supervisors meeting be tabled for the immediate future. The City of Maricopa was not informed that this study was being undertaken or that the county was contemplating substantial fire contract increases in the coming years. Given the potential impact of this proposal upon fire protection in the City of Maricopa, we would like to meet with the county as well as other contracting cities to more fully discuss the issue in question before action is taken. For this reason, the City of Maricopa respectfully asks that this action be deferred for the present. The last comment is from Kern Citizens for Sustainable Government. They submitted a letter on all 3 agenda items, 25, 27, and 28. I'll just read the paragraph that's pertinent to item 27. We would also encourage your board to adopt the proposed cost recovery methodology developed by the County Administrative Office and Nadelson Dale Group. The adoption of this new methodology would allow the county to recover 100% of cost for municipal fire services, establish equity among contract cities, and generate approximately $10 million in additional property revenue for the fire fund. Further adoption of this new methodology would be in alignment with a recommendation made by the Center for Public Safety Management in its analysis of the Kern County Fire Department in 2018, a recommendation among others that Kern Citizens for Sustainable Government also supported. That concludes public comment, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We'll close the public portion and return to the board for comment, question, or action. Supervisor Gleason.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate it. And thank you. What was your name again?
Roger Dale.
Mr. Dale, thank you very much for the work. With the philosophy of what we're trying to do, I completely agree. I believe from the numbers I've seen that we've been undercharging for our fire services, and we need to remedy that as quickly as possible. My question is, I think for the fire chief, maybe for you, but the timelines. How critical are the timelines for this whole deal? In terms of starting in June, and then when we get the money going, how critical are the timelines? And I guess where I'm going is this. This is where I'm going with the question. I talked to the mayor of Ridgecrest this morning. I talked to the city manager yesterday, and they're both concerned. They didn't say that they're not paying the right amount. What they said is they're both concerned because they have ideas that could help remedy the situation, and they weren't consulted. For example, I live in the county, just outside city boundaries. So if we implement this change, then the person who lives across the street from me is going to pay significantly more for his fire services than I'll pay for mine. And we have a significant number of us that live outside city boundary jurisdictions, but we would get benefit from this, and yet we wouldn't pay, and we should pay, I think, if like everybody else is. The second one is a concern raised by a member of the city council that said, hey, I don't know, but we need to have a study on the utility of having 2 fire stations in Ridgecrest. I mean, do we need, if the costs are going to go up this significantly, she doesn't say yes or no to the idea of having a fire station, but she wants to have the ability to make a decision to help you create a funding scheme that works, satisfies the city, and satisfies the county. So I'm very much interested in moving forward on this. I'm very much interested in seeing this be successful, but I want to ensure that we're doing it in a way that we're not imposing ourselves right off the get-go on these folks. We are more working with our cities to give them an opportunity to come to the table with some solutions, and then after a while, or after we go through the process of negotiations, we create win-wins. So is there a timeline that we're critical on, or can we shelve this for 2 weeks and get a look at it in 2 weeks, or is there anything we can do? Thank you, Fire Chief.
Your mic, Chief.
I've talked to the COO and the Chief Administrative Officer, and together we need to sit down with the city managers and talk to them and show them Mr. Dale's study, work with them, but undoubtedly we need to come up with something that's fair and everybody's fair share, and that's really important. And so I'm certainly willing to meet within the next 2 weeks if the CAO and COO are willing in the next 2 weeks.
Yep. Supervisor Gleason, may I?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Through the chair, I appreciate it. To the chief's point, this was a CPSM recommendation. We talked about it. It has been discussed. I have talked to city managers about this, not all, but some. There has been communication about the county's interest based on the CPSM study in redoing these contracts. Frankly, I felt uncomfortable really going out and sitting down with city managers to talk about this before your board provided any direction on this particular item. I feel like this is such a big item. It is a disruption here in the county and the business that the county, the way that the county has been conducting its business throughout history. And I felt like I didn't feel comfortable doing that without getting your direction publicly to do so. With that said, we'll be sitting down with each of these cities for the next year, likely in talking through a lot of these items. And then, once we get contracts in place that is reflective of a methodology that provides a more fair compensation level for our services, that will be phased in over a period of time. I am 49 years old, and this thing won't be phased in until I'm 57. That's a long time, essentially, and I think it provides us a lot of time for us to work with these folks. In comments about how this is a significant budget impact and hard to deal with. It is a significant budget impact here in the county, and it's very hard to deal with. And we just took an action that we didn't want to take, which you can connect back to this business problem existing. And so this is a recommendation and something we want to move forward with, but I will plan on working with the chief and working with members of my staff, and hopefully we can get the participation of our consultant in some of these meetings going forward to have lengthy, honest, detailed discussions with all of our cities on what we'd like to do here.
Thanks, I appreciate the answer. I'm also interested in that, and in 7 years, I'm going to be like 52 myself, and I don't know how old Margaret's going to be, but you're going to be really old. But seriously, what I'm hearing you say is this is the first step in a negotiation with our contract cities. You're not coming out and saying that we're going to charge $1.7 million to Ridgecrest because we don't know that's the number, and we're going to look for ways to come to agreement with people to negotiate. This is an opening salvo. Is that correct?
I think we need to take everybody's opinion into consideration. But I agree, we need to sit down at the table, talk about it. With the city of Ridgecrest, they have a construction tax. And Mr. Strand had mentioned we bought a patrol, $300,000 through that, and so that was a separate funding. Maybe there's other alternatives to getting that amount of revenue in the hands of the fire department to shift the money around. We need to look at that. We just need to get the total cost of our services in order to not be in these situations that we're in today for all of Kern County and for all of us.
Thanks, Chief. I completely agree, and I'm looking forward to your costs being covered. And if it's 1.7, don't get me wrong, it's 1.7. That's just the way it is, and that's the game we're playing. I'm looking for. I would like to. I'm not going to make a motion before I hear what my fellow supervisors think. I'm thinking maybe a continuation for a couple of weeks might be a good, positive step to establish a positive relationship between us and these contract cities. But I'll wait to hear from my contemporaries. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Couch.
Thank you. I think we need at least that amount of time, and the reason is the recommendation, and if you vote on the staff's recommendation, it says to hear the presentation, we did that, approve the cost reimbursement methodology and phased implementation not to exceed the 7-year period. So as I read that, we would be sending you guys out with very specific direction and nothing other than that. And that's not the way I understood in all of our discussions in the past that, by the way, I think you did great work. And I know we need to do something in this area. But the way we go about it, I think, is important. And I think we need to sit down. In today's day and age, you can do a Zoom conference call with all the city managers, with the Kern County Association of Cities. The council members can hear this, but having just talked to a couple of city managers, I don't think is the way to go before we take action on this. And I'm supportive of the concept of what you're trying to do. I don't think we're ready to do that yet, in my view.
Supervisor Scribner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with my two colleagues. That's along my line of thinking. Three of the cities in my district contacted me via email. They make up 30% of the list here. And so their request was, quote unquote, table it because they said that they weren't consulted on it. I'd like to get a 2-week continuance on this as well, so those conversations can happen. The way that one of the city managers talked about this was the partnership that we have with them. And so I think in the interest of trying to be a good partner, that we hold off on adopting this, and we have some conversations with them, and I'd like to see it come back in 2 weeks, or I think that's the 14th, Madam Chair, of July. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. And, or if it has to be 2 weeks after that, but I think 2 weeks should be enough time. This clearly is a topic of interest now for the city managers, so I'm sure that we can make that work. So I'll make a motion that we continue this until the 14th.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes.
The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay, the last item is our proposed preliminary recommended budget for 2020 and 2021. This is our last item. I understand this is a rather brief presentation. We will be open to public input and questions, of course, but my understanding from CAO is rather than move this to the PM budget, that we're going to take it now.
If Ms. Krause would either advance the presentation or... Again, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today, we are here to present you the balanced preliminary budget for fiscal year 2021. Today is going to be the first of 4 public meetings to discuss the county budget. The preliminary document before you today is not intended to be modified, as it is a temporary budget until budget hearings are held and final budget is adopted. Our office will incorporate any board direction received today in the final recommended budget to be presented in August. The budget would also be revised before budget hearings to account for fiscal year 1920 year-end fund balances and the assessor's final assessment roll. Next. When we began this budget process, your board-approved guideline was developed in February. It was anticipated that the budget would include a status quo funding for most county departments. This recommendation was based on the fact that discretionary revenue growth was not enough to keep pace with the cost of labor and social services programs, and that demand for greater investment in law enforcement services, homelessness, and economic development. In early March, the state issued an executive order and a public health order that directed all Californians to stay home except to go to an essential job or to shop for essential needs. As a result, consumer spending changed. The preliminary budget in front of you comprises several revenue sources impacted by the decline of consumer spending, including sales taxes collected in incorporated areas of the county, Proposition 172 public safety sales tax, realignment sales tax, and hotels taxes. Based on estimates from the Department of Finance included in the May revise, and as well as actual receipts for April and March, we have estimated a reduction of $56.5 million in these revenue sources. As Mr. Alsop, there's a lot of change going on, and this is a preliminary budget. If we had a preliminary budget to call preliminary, this is it. The state today approved a budget that includes a $750 million to fund critical safety services delivered on behalf of the state, including social service and mental health services. An additional $250 million will be also allocated if new federal coronavirus relief arrives. As of today, details of the countywide allocations are not available. Once information is available, the allocations will be included in the final budget. The county's preliminary recommended budget totals $3 billion, approximately $102.9 million more than fiscal year 1920 adopted budget. The increase accounts for anticipated reductions in the general fund departments and increases resulting from the CARES Act funding received to mitigate the impacts of COVID-19 in our community. It is important to note that we are limited on the uses of the CARES Funding Act. Overall, the net general fund allocation to the department is $380 million, or 2.51% less than last fiscal year. Every department will see a reduction either through a direct reduction in net general fund contribution that will range from 7.5% to 18.5%, or by having to absorb revenue reductions. These decreases are necessarily primarily to offset discretionary revenue losses and to fund an increase of $8.1 million in net general fund costs in mandated direct financial aid for our social services programs that serve our most vulnerable population. In addition to the reduction in net general fund allocations, it is estimated that we will use $11.1 million in net fund balances and $6.5 million in reserves to balance the budget and to preserve essential services. Next slide. This is just a representation of the budget in a graphical form. Next slide, please. The preliminary budget includes $369.3 million in discretionary revenue, a decrease of $4.5 million from the prior year. The discretionary revenue is allocated to mandated and discretionary programs and is used to cover the maintenance of efforts requirement for multiple federal and state programs, including our in-home supported services, CalWorks, and employment grants. The county relies on other funding sources connected to having a robust economy. Local sales taxes and hotels taxes, as well as interest earnings, are anticipated to decline. Our property tax revenue for the general fund is estimated to remain flat, primarily as a result of the recently approved property tax base transfer from the general fund to the fire fund. Using a 62 per barrel price of oil, the assessor projected a potential decrease in oil and gas assessment of 8%. However, the values for residential, commercial, and agricultural properties were projected to increase. The assessors had indicated that the values of these rolls are conservative and are trending a little bit higher than initially estimated, further offsetting the reduction in oil and gas values. His staff is working diligently to close the roll, and finally, property tax revenues will be presented to your board in August. The preliminary budget includes a series of actions to bring fiscal sustainability to the fire fund, including the permanent ongoing transfer of property tax base that your board just approved. The budget also includes the fire chief's plan for operational changes, in addition to the FSLA savings. Next slide. Overall, as I mentioned, overall the county departments are going to have to absorb a reduction either in net general fund contribution or in revenue. The preliminary budget outlines the phased opening of library branches across the county. All branches were closed due to the pandemic. The county is now beginning to open branches in a phased approach to ensure that open branches can provide quality of services. And for the protection of the public and employees, staff has been asked to do more work in order to maintain a sanitary and safe environment for everyone. The library is reinventing how it provides services. The library preliminary budget includes funding to support opening of 8 locations: Arvin, Bill Memorial, Delano, Kern River, Ridgecrest, Taft, Tehachapi, and Oildale once that construction is finalized. As we finalize the budget, we will continue to work with your library director, assess staffing and opening of libraries. The preliminary recommended budget includes $131.9 in net general fund costs to the sheriff. This funding includes backfilling $4.7 million for pension cost increases and additional funding to support workman's comp and general liability insurance increases, support air support operations, corner transportations, and telecommunication costs for patrol deputies. Let me assure you that the sheriff department will have reductions. They will need to absorb $4.1 million in anticipated revenue reductions related to Prop 172 sales taxes and 2011 public safety realignment. The preliminary budget for probation and district attorney criminal divisions do not include a reduction in net general fund costs. Both departments have to absorb reductions on 2011 realignment and Proposition 172 tax revenue. It is anticipated that probation will have to absorb up to $3 million on those, and any further reductions could have detrimental service impacts. Next slide, please. The budget maintains for funding for spay and neuter programs, funding for the permanent local housing allocation programs, and emergency solution grant is included to operate the Low Valley Navigation Center and to address the needs of our homeless population. The budget continues to support small businesses and vulnerable population through the careful use of the CARES funding. Next slide. As I mentioned, this is the first meeting of 4 meetings that we will have with your board. The next public discussion for the 2021 budget is scheduled for August 3rd at 6 p.m. to hear public comment. Then we again will meet on August 4th at 9 a.m. And finally, budget hearings will begin on August 25th. Next slide. This is the preliminary recommended budget, and our recommendation and your action for your board is to approve the preliminary recommended budget for fiscal year 2021 as presented. This concludes my prepared remarks, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there members of the public who would like to weigh in on this matter? Kathy?
We do have 3 speakers that are queued up online to teleconference in. Michael Turnipseed, Eric Dyer, and Sarah Worsen. We'll start with Michael Turnipseed. Mr. Turnipseed, if you'll unmute your mic and present your comments.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chairman, current tax budget proposal is like this idea.
Thank you very much, Mr. Turnipseed. Eric Dyer, if you will unmute your mic by hitting *6, we will take your comments.
It is my honor to speak with you today, and I'm calling in to address item 28, specifically in relation to the Kern County Library. I just wanted to share some things I've learned about the library. All of us have memories of the library as a nostalgic place where we went when we were kids and carried stacks of books, but I've learned that the library is a lot more than that in this modern day and age. We are blessed to have a library here in Kern County that is innovative and finding new ways all the time to do its job and to become more and more essential within our community. It's in the budget under the education item, and libraries, in addition to people getting books and they can get movies and CDs, now content is also available to the online. But in addition, we're supporting patients that people are more and more isolated, that access to technology and materials has been limited, and the library fills that gap. It supports, in addition to the materials, they have programs that enhance and help kids learn how to read. They've had online things going on during the COVID crisis with online reading times, online tutoring, online ukulele club, a number of items. I've attended 2 mini cons at the library and seen hundreds of people, artists and business folks, and from young children all the way to older adults being served by something that supports access for all of us, but it's particularly for folks who are economically disadvantaged, who maybe don't have access to these resources on their own, and yet the library makes that available to them, and that's particularly relevant for the homeless because it's a lifeline, providing access to resources, providing access to the internet, access to email, even a place when it's super hot or super cold to come inside and get educated. These are things that improve our community. It's also active family. And in addition, libraries support communities. Some numbers to consider, talk about percentages or look at things. Proposal as it is right now would go from 4 to 7, becoming 8 when Rathbun reopens. That's a dramatic reduction in availability of these resources to local communities. And libraries are local. They serve folks within a limited area, and access is vital. In addition, the extra help staffing that's proposed would go from 36 in this current year to 0. And I don't know if you realize the extra help staff does and makes the innovative programs that they want to accomplish possible. Without those kind of folks in place, it's going to be more and more difficult. And I just want to that, everybody's having to tighten their belt and take. It's really important to remember that for years, our innovative and wonderful Kern County libraries have done more with much, much less. And they've already really reached the end of their ability to stretch any further. Their budget, reducing their budget to the extent proposed, is going to make really damage or hurt our communities and especially our most needy. So I just want to encourage you to please consider carefully ways in the library can be supported and made a priority during these difficult. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir.
If Sarah Werson would go ahead and unmute your mic by pressing *6 and provide your comments within 2 minutes? Thank you. Ms. Werson, are you on the line? Please make your comments.
Are you there?
Madam Chair, I see her number is up and her mic is unmuted, but we aren't able to hear her. Ms. Werson, can you provide your comments?
Ms. Werson, are you okay? We lost you somehow. I hope you're okay. Well, maybe she'll got disconnected somehow or dropped call, and hopefully we'll hear back from her. Kathy, let's move on.
Okay, yes, she did go ahead and disconnect. I'll check and see if she reconnects. Madam Chair and members of the board, we have 28 voice messages that are queued up ready to be played. And then we have an additional almost 100 emails, virtually all in support of not cutting any funding to libraries, just so you're aware. You've been provided with all of those hard copies, all of those emails, and you've been able to review those ahead of time. We do have one comment in support of the recommended budget, which is from Kern Citizens for Sustainable Government.
Okay.
So
we have had an opportunity to explore them. We've had a very long day. Given our limitations in front of us, I'm going to proceed forward and understand that my colleagues have had a chance to review, and I'm sure that they have thoroughly, as have I. And I appreciate, of course, all the input from the public, our libraries, our critical services, all the things that make us a county and give us a life are going to be diminished in this process. It is our reality. We have to accept it and be as gracious and forthcoming and think about the county as a whole as we move forward, because these are indeed difficult times and they are going to get more difficult. We should embrace that now, not as a matter of politics, but as a matter of our reality, for no fault of our own. So, are there any other members of the public waiting to speak? Did we get her back?
I'm checking right now. No, we did not.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing then.
Okay, so I just want to, for the record, I just want all of those who called in and left voice messages, the board members received all of those voice messages.
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. And of course, we will have other opportunities to comment on the budget as this is preliminary. We are going to have an evening budget session where the public will be able to provide input. We certainly ask that you do. For now, we're going to close the public hearing, return to the board, to my colleagues for comment and action. Supervisor Scrivener, is this from now or before? Okay, my apologies. Gentlemen, your wishes?
Move approve.
Thank you, Supervisor Couch. We
Second.
have a motion to approve and a second. Please cast your votes.
Thank you. The motion is approved. All ayes.
Okay. This gives us a short period of time to review our closed session items and return at 2 p.m. for the people's business. Supervisor Scrivener, thank you for your motion to adjourn.